In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Everybody, good morning. Welcome. It's the last YouTube show of the week, and we're one goal away from perfection. If you guys want to do the whole damn thing right now, hey man, there they are. There's the links. They're right in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Everybody throw in $20 right now. Let's get 320 hammered out. Let's get it out of the way. And then it's perfection. The week is over. It's just sit back, do some steel toe. I'm excited about today. We do it today. It's perfect. And we only went to the 5-minute gag, I think, twice this week. So let's keep that up. A lot of reasons to be happy. A lot of reasons to be excited. For Steel Toe today, we've got a variety of news to get to. You know, it seems like ever since the inauguration, Trump. And don't get me wrong, we have some of that. I mean, there's always going to be some of that stuff. But we got who was getting pregnant? 2 of them now. I tell you what, is the new thing with these OnlyFans girls, is now the new thing going to be just racing each other to like gain as much weight in goo as possible and then have a baby? Like, is there a conspiracy? Maybe Sam Show knows. Is there a conspiracy with OnlyFans women that they're just going to create as many whore monster babies as possible and rot the society from the inside out? Because I got to tell you, if we don't forcibly tie the tubes of this Bonnie Blue, this is reaching Avengers level. Like, we got to do something about this chick. It's not, mark my words right now, we can look back on this in 5, 10, 15 years. We don't do something about this Lily Phillips and this Bonnie Blue. I know right now the libertine of you, and I used to be a libertarian until I reached the age of reason. I know the libertarian in you goes, oh, well, she's not hurting anybody. Oh, well, it doesn't have any impact. It's her thing. That's a childish way to view the world. Everything is interconnected. Everything affects everything. This woman is destroying everything. She's wrecking it all, this Bonnie Blue. And then this Lily Phillips, like some kind of nanobot resurgence of super hoe. She comes in off the Bonnie Blue thing and goes, oh, I'm having a baby too. With all the, because I guess she's one of the girls who's tried to sleep with 1,000 guys in a day or whatever. And stop calling it sleeping with. It's pump, load. Pump, load. It's a pump and dump like a Tua coin. So I don't like the way it's being categorized. Frostalicious says those babies are coming out brown. It's a mixture of everybody's goo. It's going to come out like an off-white gray. It's just going to be a giant sperm. That's all the kid's going to be. Next step, 365-day, 24-hour gangbang. I know you're being funny. I know, but I can't afford to laugh anymore because it's going to happen. You're speaking it into existence. Oh, by the way, good morning. It's the Steel Toe Show. Welcome to the program. I hope you're having a great morning. I know it's very bright and early, but for those of you who weren't around during the radio days, this is how 35% of young men in St. Cloud woke up and went to work. It's just with a guy going, and these hoes and these complete trifling trollops are blah, blah, blah. And it's like, they haven't even poured coffee yet. And I'm shouting at them about whores. I mean, it's something different, right? We haven't even gotten to the whores yet. We will. Kevin Soundboard calling it Jizzfest. Don't give it a marketable name. That's going to be you know what we call that? Part of the problem. Part of the problem. If the last year has taught me anything, it has taught me that libertarianism is ignorant and that a libertine philosophy is bad for society, and that maybe a little resetting fascism is necessary to keep everybody in line. All right, that last part, kind of joking, unless it starts working. Flagrant Vagrant says, Aaron, you'd bang them, be honest. I don't know much about the Lily Phillips chick, I'll admit that. But watching Bonnie Blue talk, I couldn't get within 6 feet of her. She makes me want to vomit. She's really disgusting. So no, I can tell you with all certainty, I would not bang, what's her name? Bonnie Blue. She needed to. Kevin Soundboard, quit coming up with marketable names. I'm a capitalist as much as the next guy. Ugh. Coming up with Jizzapalooza. Triple N says, maybe you just can't handle liberty without turning into a FetLife degenerate. The FetLife thing shocked the hell out of me. If you didn't listen to last night's show, somebody emailed me a bunch of screenshots. So before any of the polycule craziness or any of that stuff, either somebody or my ex-wife, it had to be some random person or my ex-wife, set up a profile for us on FetLife, which I guess is a fetish website. And set it up that we were a couple seeking other couples, which was not a thing. This would have been news to me. I was not seeking other couples. And somebody sent me you have to have an account in order to see it, so I can't see the damn thing. But they sent me screenshots. And if it was someone trolling us, it's really weird because it's not like negative or bad. Like, I think being on there is bad and negative, but it's not like a negative, trolly, shitty thing. Like, it plays it pretty straight. And so I was like, what the fuck? Like, this would have been sometime in 2023, like summer of 2023, this would have been set up. So I don't know. I have no idea who would have started it, what it would have been. Clearly I didn't get any hits. Well, one. Long Balls gifting 5 memberships, getting us started this morning. Thank you very much, Long Balls. 310 is the number for today. And yes, if we nail that 310, that means it's a perfect week this week for the toe. So everybody take turns today clicking that Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo, throwing a few bucks in. Let's call it a win. Dysrhythmia says, my ex is on there. It's one of the reasons we broke up. I mean, that's a good reason. I'm just realizing, every day I get stuff sent to me and I'm like, wow. You don't, sometimes you think you dodged like a 9mm bullet and you realize you dodged a grenade round. You're like, holy shit. You two set it up for your Vegas trip. But we didn't, though. We absolutely did not. Plus, that was after we would have went in 2023. It would have been after. So, yeah, that was wild to find out yesterday. I still can't go on there and see, because I'm not setting up. Like, if you set up an account just to go see it, now you've got an account on there, and I'd rather not have that on my hands. McBuster, love you, buddy, but nobody cares. It's all desperate. It's all desperate. I'm having fun doing what I'm doing. Other people can make themselves miserable, McBuster. I would recommend you don't make yourself miserable, too. We got a great start to the show today. We have, you know what? I'm going to go with Turd Burglar for now. Let's go ahead and talk about everything we came here to talk about. We got Lily Phillips. We've got, what's her name? Bonnie Blue. So they were both racing each other to take as many loads from as many guys on camera as possible. Now I guess they're trying to race each other to the delivery room, which begs the question, which I guess has been answered now. These women who were trying to sleep with 1,000 guys in a day, they let them raw dog them? You had 1,000 guys and you just let... Like, I'm sorry. Like, at one point, we have to be able to take away your credentials. You don't get to be a human being anymore. If you're just lying there getting it pumped into you 1,000 times over, you're beneath us. I don't want to be in the same species as you. You have to be something less now. Oh, so a woman takes loads and now all of a sudden she's less. Yep. 1,000 in a day? Yep. I'm comfortable. I'll take that position. You take the opposite. We'll argue in front of Oxford, and we'll see who comes out on top. Most likely Bonnie Blue if she's into it. 1,000 loads. She's the Hitler of loads. Hitler wanted 1,000 years Reich. What does Bonnie Blue want? 1,000 loads right. It's similar. So at any rate, we'll get to that a little later. As you can tell, as the kids say, it's got my dander up. Klopogram says, why? It's nothing to be scared of or ashamed of. Go and see who made. No, I don't want. You know, sometimes there's just things that you just go, no, it's better this way. Klopo, I can't give you like a detailed paragraph as to why I won't. I'll just say, it's better this way. Let go and let God. Let's now go to, we'll get to the Bonnie Blue stuff. We'll get to the Lily Phillips stuff. We actually have a wholesome OnlyFans story today. Apparently there's some lady, she claims she makes a wholesome OnlyFans and she's trying to make a living that way. You know, there are people who are like chefs who are on OnlyFans and they cook and you can subscribe monthly for their cooking videos, and it's still got to be difficult though to talk to your family about it. You got to be like, hey, mom, dad, I've been making a lot of money lately. I've been doing really well in my career. Oh, that's great. What are you doing these days? Well, I'm on OnlyFans. Oh my God, my son and daughter are a whore. They're a whore. My son or daughter is a complete... No, Mom, it's okay. I'm cooking on there. Oh, my God, they're making food while they're making pornography. It's terrible. No, Mom. It's not that at all. I'm just being a chef on OnlyFans. Like, I get it. You got to make money. But can we get, like, a cooking OnlyFans? Only pots and pans. Let's do that. Instead, because like the OnlyFans just creates too much panic immediately when you tell people. But before we get to any of that, let's check in on what's going on in the world because I think it's important. I think we should know what's going on. And, you know, one of the best ways to know what's going on in the world is by watching the news. I think it's important to watch the news. And, you know, our news media is responsible for informing us. It's responsible for keeping us in the know on what's going on in the world. God bless our mainstream media and what they do to keep us all tethered to the world. Before we do that, we've got the ghost of I Sneeze Profanities with $1.64 on PayPal. Sometimes I wonder how people get to their numbers. But thank you very much for the 164. Next person, add some zeros to that. Let's call it a perfect week. He says, coming in the summer of 2025, 2,000 Men by Dinesh D'Souza. A woman breaks the record for most men effed. Is that Dinesh's next book? I mean, it seems like a step down from what he's from what he's been doing. Klopogram says apparently her OnlyFans account banned the Bonnie Blue 1000 guy Jizzathon. God damn it, would you stop talking to Kevin's soundboard? We don't need to say Jizzathon. We don't need to give it, again, marketing. Bigot on socialist media says, why would anyone have a cooking show on OnlyFans? Are their tits out? I mean, I think it's more like they can be if you ever need them to, Maybe their idea of OnlyFans and like they're not doing porn as they're doing cooking, but better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it sort of a thing. You know what? Triple N speaking my thoughts here. He says, why are both of these turbo whores British? I don't get that either. It's kind of shattering the mystique of the British being more foppish and professional and cultured than us. They're just leg spread, dirty-toothed slags, apparently now. Los Federales with $1. Says, sorry I'm late, boss. Bonnie Blue was making a move on me. When I was moving south to mow the lawn, it smelled like a goalkeeper's hockey bag at the end of the season. Johnny wanted sloppy seconds. Kevin's soundboard, stop giving it names. You know what? I've learned all these years. Stop telling him to stop, and maybe he'll stop. By the way, you'll have noticed I went to canned Celsius today. That's because I picked this up on the way back from SP's this morning. I didn't want to make myself the powdered one. SP for Valentine's Day got me because she'll wake up in the morning and she'll hear me clanking by stirring the powder into my water. So she got me one of those stirrer frother things, and now I stir my powder up that way. How considerate. How nice. And how do I repay her kindness and her love? I get a can. What a fucking dick. I still got a ways to go. I ain't as good as I'm gonna get, but I'm better than I used to be. Speaking of things done yesterday. I got my clipping done. I got everything up. I got the audio version of the show uploaded to Patreon, patreon.com/SteelToe Show. I've gotten back to that again. Also, members only clip show coming. I may launch that tonight. I'm going to put together everything we've clipped for the week. And I've got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 6 clips ready to go, and we're going to throw those together. It'll be like a 1 or 2 hour clip show, and I'll either do that every Thursday or every Friday. We'll see how this week goes. So anyway, I'm done clipping yesterday, and it's too early to prep a show. So I sat down, and I decided to do something that I've been thinking about doing for a while. I've got Disney Plus. I'm going to watch the Rise of Skywalker. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to watch the last of the new Star Wars movies. I put off watching it because the second one was so utterly terrible. I mean, it might as well have been a Bonnie Blue OnlyFans joint. Last Jedi is unwatchable dog shit. Didn't ruin Star Wars, but it damaged a lot of the characters. It really, really sucked. So I decided, you know what? I'm going to sit down. I'm going to give this Rise of Skywalker a shot. I'm going to finish off this trilogy. I was asleep within the first half hour. I mean, it's just bad. I don't mean to sound like an old guy and be like, too many sequels, too many universes. But I think we can be done with universes now. Can we go back to making good movies? There Will Be Blood isn't in a universe. No Country for Old Men, The Departed, none of that's in a universe. They were just one-off good movies. They told a story, get in, get out. We don't need to follow these guys for the next 30 years. I mean, what movie franchises have successfully pulled off a universe? Marvel, one. And Rocky. That's about it. Are there more that I'm forgetting? I think it's, I'm going to go Rocky. I can't even say Star Wars because they haven't, all they've done is coast off the 70s and 80s. They haven't made anything new except maybe The Mandalorian that people have went, wow, that's amazing. So I'm going to go ahead and say Rocky, Marvel. Because Rocky, the reason I say Rocky for a universe is because it spun off into Creed. And you had the Creed movies, and they've been very successful. But that Rise of Skywalker was just, and it's not like I was watching the movie and I was so disgusted, I'm going to sleep. It just didn't capture my attention. It was incredibly boring, and I was out. 45 minutes later, I wake up. I don't know where the hell we are in the movie. They're on, this seems to be a theme with the newer Star Wars movies. There's always a scene where they're on a planet where it's just raining all the time, or it's just really moist and humid. Like I don't know why it has to be like, hey, we're going to this planet. And like in the old Star Wars, it would be like a jungle planet, or it would be an urban planet, or it would be a casino planet. Or now, like, it's just a planet where everything's just kind of mildly damp. And they go and they land and they're like, oh, well, it's raining again, son of a bitch. It's like a film noir movie in space. And it sucked. It was no good. And I understand, like, the second movie was really, really bad. But, like, the second movie being really, really bad made it so the third movie could only be so good, and I don't even think it got to that point. Then, in the middle of filming the damn thing, Carrie Fisher dies, so you got to deal with that. Whole thing was a mess. Do not recommend. Do not recommend. Do not recommend. $4.99 from Trucker 18 Wheeler says, who should be shamed more, the 1,000 men or the girls? Oh, wow. That's a really good point. You know what? Give me a minute. We got probably 15, 20 minutes before we get into that. I'm gonna give that question the thought it deserves. Who should be shamed more, the 1,000 men or the girls? Huh. I'm not giving you a knee-jerk answer to that. Clopogram, I like this one. He said, moist and humid. Sounds like Bonnie Blue's Snatch. Ayo! We've landed on the Ustarafa planet. No. This is just a British chick's cunt. That's all it is. Let's go. See, some people are already throwing in. People are already throwing in with their opinions on who should be shamed more. I don't know. I want to give that one good thought. I want to measure twice and cut once on that one. All right, I said we were checking in on what's going on. The media is responsible for informing us. The media is responsible for keeping us knowing what's going on in the world. And in my opinion, one of the most trusted names in news, and one of the people we should, I think, have the most esteem for is this gentleman right here, British night journalist, Sir Rachel Maddow. When it comes to getting the facts, when it comes to getting nothing but the straight dish from the source, nobody does it like this guy. I mean, he gets in there and he gets to the bottom of the story and he reports it the way it is. No spin, all facts, just the straight dish from Mr. Rachel. I mean, she is starting to look like a British guy. I mean, it's time. You know, there is a certain amount, especially on like liberal platforms, there's a special amount of lesbian privilege. Because like if you're a heterosexual woman and you do the news, it's like you're expected to be beautiful and you're expected to have, pleasing physical features. But like if you're a lesbian, you're allowed to age like David Frost and it's okay. Case in point, Rachel Maddow. MSNBC, like, this is the amazing thing about MSNBC. She's never drawn a dime in her life. Like, she's always been getting her ass kicked by Hannity or Tucker or whoever's on Fox opposite her. She's always been getting beat. And MSNBC holds her up as, like, this paragon of their journalism department. Like, oh, yeah, we got stars on MSNBC. You know who our big star is? Rachel Maddow. Perpetually third or second place Rachel Maddow. I mean, I'm not saying she's not had a good career. She's probably made millions upon millions of dollars, but like she's not special and they treat her like she's this journalist emeritus on MSNBC. Well, she has a theory on Donald Trump. Now, I understand that in today's world, you have to have opinion with your news. News is entertainment now. It's got to make money. Do we wish it was different? Sure, maybe some of us wish it was different. But the fact of the matter is, if you want to draw eyeballs to the screen, you got to have some opinion with your news. But I would appreciate it if those opinions would be based in some realm of reality tethered to the experience that we're all living. This take from Rachel Maddow is like, it's pure just watching her fold her hands, close her eyes, and pray to God, hoping that something will happen. There is no analysis here. There is no fact-based agenda here. There is just purely, I'm Rachel Maddow. I hate what's going on. I'm just going to try and speak something into existence. Here we go.
Repeatedly and eerily and in a very out-of-character way tells the American people he is not allowed to discuss that relationship or his communications with that leader.
She's talking about Putin. So she's saying, oh, isn't it weird that Trump says he can't? He talks about everything and he won't talk about his So she wants to get the Trump-Russia thing going again. She hasn't been humiliated on that front enough. Remember when she had the tax returns and it was like Capone's vault for Geraldo? She showed the tax returns and it just showed, oh, he paid lots of taxes. Cool. He got write-offs where he could. Scoundrel. Like, it was just stupid. And now, like, her whole career is becoming that moment relived over and over like Groundhog's Day. So she's like, oh, he says he can't talk about. Well, yeah, if they're having peace talks about Ukraine, he can't just go blabbing everything to us about like, oh, yeah, Russia says they won't do this. Russia says they will do this. This is the secret deal we're working on. Yeah, she so badly wants this to not go well, and she's really mad that it's going well.
The political reality of this administration is going to be shaped by whether or not the people who oppose him strongly enough and effectively enough.
Look, you can oppose him, and you can oppose him strongly, and you can oppose him effectively. That's fine. But the problem is with you guys, you exaggerate, you lie, and you cover up. And people don't trust you anymore. And then the more they don't trust you, the more of a temper tantrum you throw. And the more of a temper tantrum you throw, the less we take you seriously. And then you yell and scream about why we don't take you seriously or why we don't understand how bad of a guy this is.
The political reality of this administration and this presidency will be determined by whether the people who voted for him are horrified enough by what they have wrought that they regret it and are willing to act differently and to speak out about their regret.
Oh, Doc, the walls are closing in. I don't think I can take any more. What's that? Another $40 billion in taxpayer money saved by DOGE? What's that? We're going to take all the DOGE money and the tariff money and we're going to put it towards balancing the budget and paying down the debt and taking 20% and giving it as a running paycheck to the American people. Oh, my God, I don't think I can take all this oppression and fascism. Make it stop, Rachel. Make it stop. Bring me back to the days of money laundering with a Ukrainian dictator. Bring me back to the days of Burisma. Bring me back to the days of if I like my doctor, I can keep it. Please, Rachel, save us from the horrendous tirade of fascism that is saving the American people money and exposing frauds, con artists, and cheats. Oh, my God. That's what she wants. She wants people who voted for Trump to come to her and go, we were wrong, Rupert, and you were right. It's not going to happen. You've been covering up for crooked bastards your entire career. And now they're being exposed, and you're like, oh, I hope people turn on this Trump guy. I bet you do.
The reality of this presidency and this administration will be determined in some part by whether or not Republican officials realize that their own survival as politicians depends not on sucking up to Trump, but by helping their constituents survive him.
That's right, Republicans. Boy, listen to how desperate they are. What? We're 1 month in. Today's 1 month. We're 1 month in and they're already going, hey, Republicans, you got to be on our side, right? You want to team up? You've been calling these people Nazis, retards, fascists, all that for decades. Warmongers, whatever. And you're not wrong every time. But you've been calling these people this for decades. And now you're reaching out and you're going, oh, you really need to join with us and we can stop this guy. You're desperate and it's coming off of you like booze off a wino.
strong evidence supporting all of those strikes against Trump so far, frankly.
What?
But this is
what evidence?
One other thing to watch. If we really are now abandoning the free world and lining up instead with the world's dictatorships.
What free world? We have given $250 billion to an asshole who has banned elections. He's stopped democracy. He is a little Putin. He's a Ukrainian dictator. He's one of the most corrupt leaders on earth. And we've backed him to the tune of $250 billion, and half that money he's taken in weaponry and sold it to the cartels who use it to kill Americans. So spare me the, oh my God, he's Mahatma Gandhi.
And Trump is unwilling to even explain why.
Because he wants to stop taking American taxpayer dollars and sending them overseas to fund wars we shouldn't be involved in. That's why. He's explained it numerous times. You're just lying to your audience because what's left of the MSNBC audience has one synapse firing in their brain, and all it says to them over and over is Trump bad. And you could argue Rachel Maddow has the easiest gig in the world. Nobody at NBC is going to hold her accountable. They'll pay her shitloads of money. She can work whenever she wants. She doesn't even have to get good ratings. And all she has to do is be the sounding board for the people who go, everything Trump does is bad. And she's starting to look like shit. Just a neutral opinion. Neutral observation. That's it. I don't, as far as she goes, this is just wishful thinking at this point. How desperate to say, you Republicans, I think if you join up with us, that's the ticket. All right, let's talk about the whoas, shall we? 305 away from today's goal. Boys and girls, 305 away from a perfect week. I cannot stress enough how much that perfect week means to me. I am pleased as punch if we go into this weekend perfect. Throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rants, Super Chats, etc. Throw it all in. Click one of those links. Throw in a generous, hefty amount and show us how much you love the toe. Sam Show says they keep acting like we didn't want this. Yeah, right, exactly. They keep yelling at us. We're going to play that Kevin O'Leary clip later today, and it is perfect. They keep telling us, did you know Trump's going to fire 15,000 IRS agents? I'm like, well, can he fire more? Did you know? Trump is doing shit we didn't think he'd get to, in the first year. And he's getting to it in the first month. He's like, get rid of the Department of Education. We're like, do you mean it, Dad? Crumple up the IRS and throw it into the trash can. Oh, my God, I'm going to come. Let's take the Pentagon and let's audit it and slash the budget. Let's take the money we're saving and balance the budget and give a refund to the taxpayer. My brain can't handle it. And then MSNBC reports it can you believe what this monster is doing? And you're like, if this is a monster, let that Godzilla monster come up from the ocean and onto shore. Packerbacker with $5 says Democrats are also getting kickbacks from the Ukraine war. What? I don't believe it. This is from a Twitter account called Wall Street Apes. Sam Show, stop it. It's official. Elon Musk says U.S. politicians are receiving kickbacks, from Ukraine funding. Matt Gaetz said the exact same thing. The Ukraine war is to launder money through. Congress reps are literally stealing your money disguised as war funding. Okay, so this is Matt Gaetz. He was on Timcast.
We are as involved in Ukraine as we are is because
I hope his show stays on the tracks better than his cars. Sorry, Tim.
Because Afghanistan wound down. And if we still had Afghanistan to launder money through, there probably wouldn't be the need for this type of excessive involvement in Ukraine. But
Matt Gaetz is what I would look like if I had a full head of hair. Matt Gaetz is me if it wasn't a widow's peak. It was just straight across. Oh, I'm starting to get a little annoyed at Matt Gaetz right now. Aaron, that's internalized hatred. Stop blaming it on Matt. He's fine.
I think we can look at Afghanistan and we can look at what's going on here and say what a lot of these defense contractors are pushing toward is how to have an extended kind of low yield war. Like if there's a way to stretch this thing out, turn it into a 20, 30 year kind of thing where there's a whole lot of money moving around and unaccountable pots and a lot of weapons getting bought. And then, oh man, the stockpiles, well, we got to spend more money to reload those. I think that the reason we are as involved in Ukraine as we are is because
that was the whole thing. That was the whole clip. That doesn't sound like him, explicitly saying that people are lining their pockets. But I mean, that's kind of one of those things where I kind of believe it. I believed it. Like, even if nobody told me about it, I'd be like, yeah, I buy it. I believe it. People are, I don't think that all that money, that money exchanged hands and that the people responsible for passing it didn't, shove a couple of bucks, the skim. I don't think they did it without putting a few in their own pocket, Cocktiff says, I've been saying this for 3 years. It's totally money laundering. Yeah, I just don't believe in the altruism. I mean, first of all, we blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, which devastated Germany's economy. We helped start this war by pushing NATO into the most corrupt country in Europe, which Russia said, if you do that, I'm going to start a war. And then they started a war, and we went, what? What did we do? I mean, you don't think that this was all designed to make people money? And also in the country that gave Joe Biden the most money in that Burisma deal and made his family, extended family, tens of millions of dollars in untold riches? What, he wasn't? They just did it out of the goodness of their heart because they think Joe Biden's such a swell guy? Eat my ass. Are you kidding? 305 is the number for today. Boys and girls, do me a big favor. Drop it under 300 right now. Thank you very much. Please and thank you. Let's. I feel good about today and having a perfect day here on the toe. Go ahead and knock it out and call it a win. Yeah, Ryan the Garbage Man texts me. He says, Gates does have great hair. I know. I'm jealous. I'm very jealous of Matt Gates' hair. I will openly admit that. All right, you ready to get into, we're going to tiptoe towards Hodom, if you don't mind. The first story is not going to, I would not say that it's Hodom. I would say that it's on a Ho site, and I don't necessarily think that this is as wholesome as it's being purported. I'll show you what I mean in just a second. We're going to go into OnlyFansville for a little bit on the show today. I think it's a nice change of pace from the Trump stuff. There's an OnlyFans mom who had to move towns because she was getting judged for having the OnlyFans. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier, how there are people who have OnlyFans accounts and they do well and they make money, but they don't do nude stuff. We don't, they don't do, sexual things, pornography. They do, pretty straight up safe for work content. But because you're on OnlyFans, there's obviously a stigma around it, because of all the butt plugs and DP. That kind of dirties up the gimmick. Well, this woman says she was posting wholesome content on the platform. And her neighbors basically did a Frankenstein monster, pitchfork and torches, Beauty and the Beast, get the fuck out of town thing to her, and she had to move. Well, she claims that she's getting the last laugh as she rakes in 6 figures a month by posting wholesome content on the platform. I can get up to 1,000 subscribers a day if I have something go crazy viral, said Marie D, 29. Describing her porn stardom. The Texas-based mother of 2 opened up about going from making babies to making bank on the UK ITV show Olivia Attwood Getting Filthy Rich, which documents the lives of people who have seen meteoric success in the adult entertainment industry. She's now in the top 0.03% of earners, making over $150 a month. She even has 4 employees. Like, you can't set up a camera? Okay. The OnlyFans icon specializes in her own subgenre called Marie D Office Crush. It's really just little moments of me in a cute work dress doing things around the office that for some reason men love. explained D, who has her husband film all her clips. Okay, see, now this is... I don't know how to take this, and I think I kind of need your opinion on this, because there's something about you as a dude filming your wife making titillating content for other people that's, I don't know, you can't really be for it, can you? And if you can be for that, what else can you be for? You know? I'm just here as the cautionary tale, that's all. I'm just here as the guy who might be knowing a little bit about, you know, which I speak. And while I'm not saying that, you know, filming your wife doing OnlyFans is, you know, akin to like a degenerate lifestyle, I think it's on the highway. You know, I think there is, I think those kind of sexual moments should be protected. I think they should be held sacred between the two of you. Otherwise, what the hell are you doing? You're just friends. Why get married? Why have the family if you're just pals? If you're like, hey, you titillating other men is totally a you thing, I'll film you doing it. Well, then you guys are just pals, and you should be able to do whatever the hell you want. If all of this sexual, physical shit is not monopolized by the two of you together, then what do you really have? You know, this idea that people are like, oh, yeah, we're monogamous and we're faithful to each other. We just titillate the fuck out of each other, out of other people. Well, then that's kind of a loophole. You're kind of just, it's eat everything you want and don't gain weight. So you tell me how wholesome her content is. You go ahead. This is her. This is the kind of stuff she does. One video that went viral the other day was me walking down the hallway in heels. The men like the sound of heels. All right. I'd like to do an investigation into the men that subscribe to this. Like, because I'm worried about their mental state. Like, if that sound of heels on tile at a workplace is your fantasy escape, I just feel like a guy like that is hanging on by a thread and we ought to keep an eye on it, you know? That's all. There you go, guys. Wholesome content. That's what she says. Wholesome content is what she does. See, this is what I'm worried about with the Bonnie Blues and the Lily Phillips. We're lowering the bar so much that just being kind of a trifling hoe pick-me is now considered wholesome. Wholesome would be like she's dressed as a 50s, 60s housewife and she's baking a cake and she's showing you how to put the frosting on. And even if she licks the spatula a little too suggestively, you're like, hey, take it easy there, fucking whore of Babylon. But now this Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips have come around, and it's okay. If you're not having 1,000 loads dumped in you in 24 hours, well then, you know, you're not so bad. It's in magic, they call it ratcheting. You're ratcheting up the degeneracy to where just being an average hoe is now seen as wholesome. She says, I consider myself a wholesome porn star. Get that. That's rich. I would never sleep with another man. You'd just give him boners and let him whack off to you. I'm sorry, but I find that to be unfaithful. You're taking the things that are for you and your man, and you're sharing it with the rest of the world. Yeah, you're not fucking them, but you're giving away a very intimate part of yourself to other people. Again, you're not in a relationship. You have a friend who helps you with your OnlyFans, and maybe you guys hook up once in a while. I don't know, man. Maybe it is time that, I said this. I said in the last year I've become a little fascist, and I've kind of not really thought that highly of total freedom. You know, that maybe we're not the generation to have it. Maybe we do need a little bit of a, not full-blown Gilead, but a little bit of a moral cleansing in this country. A de-hoeing, if you will. We're too permissive. Maybe this is just what happens when you get older. I consider myself a wholesome porn star. I would never sleep with another man. But isn't that what every woman says before she sleeps with another man? Oh, I would never cross that line. I'll shake my tits in his face. I'll let him send me private messages for money. He can whack off to the stuff I put out there on the internet. Oh, but I'd never sleep with him. Mm-hmm. I essentially just make content with my husband and maybe one or two of my girlfriends. Oh, because if it's with a girl, then it's not. We need Spanish Inquisition, I think. D is a prolific creator, filming up to 200 videos a day, which she posts across her 70 social media accounts. And she says she's not going to let the haters rain on her parade. I have a small dynasty of everything I've made these last 2 years. Now, wait. The Kansas City Chiefs are a dynasty. The Celtics are a dynasty. The Patriots are a dynasty. You're just making pick-me shit on the internet. I mean, God bless you. You're making a lot of money, and I'm really proud of you. But I agree with Dysrhythmia. It's time to bring back shame. It's time to bring back shame. Klopogram says she'd never sleep with a man, only other whores. Hulkamash says, what would Aaron know about, what would Aaron know, Scout? I think he means about. What would Aaron know about losing sacred marital moments? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I broke the shit out of my vows. Broke the shit out of them. And guess what? No matter how much coping another person may try to do, going back on your marital vows is cheating. It's having an affair. It's cheating. This moral relativity where it's like, well, I've convinced myself that it's okay, therefore it is. No, there's rules to this game. There's rules. Thank you for the $2, 191 Redbird. Let's see what he's got for us. Then we got the Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips stuff. Throw us a couple of bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We are about $300 away from a perfect week here on Steel Toe. Flagrant Vagrant says, imagine doing that to your parents and family. Right, like other people have to account for what you're doing. This is a little clip that 191 Redbird sent us. It's from Reddit. Someone wrote, never knew how much everyday people hated government employees until now. Well, yeah. I can understand where people on Reddit wouldn't know how people in the real world feel. You have to experience the real world. Klopogram says cheating is a one-way ticket to hell. I would agree with you, sir. I would agree. You're not going to see me defend myself on shit like that. 3:05 away from today. Let's wake up. Let's do it. Let's get under $300. And let's be on path for another win for the toe. All right, we've been working up through this. OnlyFans. Oh, this is what somebody was telling us. OnlyFans has removed Bonnie Blue's 1,057-man video. What? Oh, so a couple weeks ago. So it's not even up on OnlyFans. Well, where does she have it? The 1,057-man thing. Why did they take it down? That's such a weird thing to me that OnlyFans is like, well, now this crosses the line. You know, shoving a dachshund in your asshole. I mean, look, our content creators have freedom, but, fucking on camera is fine. Fucking a lot on camera? I mean, what are we, pornographers? Come on. Bonnie Blue, known for... Yeah, we're going to get to that story. Thanks for texting that in. The explicit video has since been removed after OnlyFans reportedly said the X-rated clip breached its rules. Is there a cum limit? Is that too much seed was spilled. All you're doing is making sure she can put this on her own website and keep all the money. By the way, does anyone else want to say it? Can we all say it? Bonnie Blue is, I don't find her attractive. Maybe it's because I know what she does, but she's very British looking, if that makes sense. I don't know how else to describe it. She's very British looking. We have a little bit of news here. People are theorizing that this Bonnie Blue, the woman who slept with 1,000 people, is pregnant. And this comes from the fact that she's been online posting videos that I'm having cravings lately. I'm eating a lot of chocolate. I'm craving pickles, which, by the way, should surprise absolutely no one. And I'm going to guess they're not sliced. You know, she's a gal she's a purist. But she's now basically putting it out there online that, oh, maybe I'm pregnant. Like, this hoe can't even help but tease that part of it. She can't just come out and say, oh, I got knocked up. I took 1,057 loads in a day. Who would have thought? But the rumor is that Bonnie Blue is pregnant. And look, I don't care what people think about abortion. You can have your own thoughts about it. I'm saying that maybe we skip this demon hell spawn because I don't know if humanity can come back from such a wicked creation. And to put that child through that upbringing of having that as a mother, I mean, God. That means that all those guys, this brings us back to the question that somebody asked in the chat, which was, who do you blame more? Who looks worse? Bonnie Blue for taking it or the 1,057 guys who took part? And I'll say this, God damn, that is a good question. This might surprise you based on my past reputation. I'm gonna say the guys are worse. I mean, how pathetic are you? How disgusting are you? You're gonna be one of 1,057. I mean, at least she's just kind of laying back and taking the whole thing. You're sitting there, and we've talked about this before. Like, imagine the smell after just like a couple, and you're gonna be 1,057. Oh, you deserve every wart on your body at that point. I think I'm more disgusted with the dudes because I think guys have a responsibility the way things are going. Men have a responsibility to take charge and maybe pull back on the reins morality-wise because guys can reward, certain behaviors with partnership, with children, with all of that stuff. If we keep picking pick-me's, the world's going to go pick-me. If we keep picking hoes, the world is going to go hoes. Don't be tempted by the whore of Babylon. She is there to distract you from the mission of progress. And if we keep giving more power to the Lily Phillips, not Lily, I apologize to Lily Allen. I don't think Lily Allen's doing that. I mean, at her age, come on. I don't think that rewarding the Lily Phillips and the Bonnie Blues is a good move at all. Because we know it creates more of them. Because some people are fucking stupid. And they see people making this much quick money, and they go, oh, well, I can make that much money, and I don't really think that highly of myself. It's, and now they're getting pregnant, and now they're going to get a bunch of attention for that, and now they're going to mark my words. Mark my words. This Lily Phillips is going to start making pregnancy fetish content now. And, I used to make fun of the Christian conservative crowd when I was in high school and all that. But you know what? Maybe it's time to bring Jesus back a little bit. It's getting out of hand, guys. Lily Phillips has announced she's pregnant just weeks after she shot to fame for sleeping with 101 men in one day. The adult star took to Instagram to show off her blossoming baby bump. Baby Phillips coming 2025. Well, at least she spelled it right. She wrote alongside the snap, Lily wore a skin-tight lounge set in the black and white video as she smiled wildly and rubbed her baby bump. This is a sign of the apocalypse. This is something like we should be smited for. Now, some people are saying don't fall for this stunt. Remember, this is just her out for attention. I mean, if that's the case, then you're even shittier. Well, maybe you're not, because at least you're not having the kid. But Lily's announcement comes following rumors that her rival Bonnie Blue is also pregnant. The speculation started after Bonnie spoke about having cravings on Instagram. Part of it kind of seems like we should just, maybe I'm at fault here too. We just shouldn't be giving these people attention. But I've also, never believed in that either, because if I don't, somebody else is going to, which, is kind of a cop-out on my part. People are saying that Bonnie Blue is married. No, by the way, no, she's not. You can say that she's like, oh, wow, she does have a husband. She's been married for 2.5 years. Told the outlet that there is a misconception that she and Davidson are splitting because of her OnlyFans. Oh, are they? Wow, no way. They're getting divorced? The latest revelation was revealed that her husband, quotes are there because they're filing for divorce, helps her set up these extreme challenges. Wow, so this marriage didn't work. So the woman who's hooking up with 1,000 guys didn't make the marriage work. That's amazing. I can't believe it. That's unbelievable. Was the husband number 1001? If you don't let your husband be the first one, I mean, that's just, I mean, at least he got the fuck out of there. But I mean, to be with that in the first place, he deserves judgment. He really does deserve judgment at that point. I hope he's not the father of the kid, because if he got out of there, time bomb avoided. Time bomb avoided. Yeah, Turd Burglar says, OnlyFans whores don't make good wives generally. What? The hell you say? Wow, that's pretty. You know what, though? We do live in a time where some people are that way. They're like, how dare you just judge? Some people go, sex work is work. Yeah, sex work is work. You know what else is? Hedge fund managing. I still think they're evil bastards. You know, there's like, sex work is work. Yes, so is ripping people off of their money. And, you know, maybe we need to have a bit, how do you say that? How do I say this, guys? Maybe we need to have a bit of course correction in both finance and adult entertainment. Because I think both of them are bad for us. Suicide Jockey says, if you ain't first, you're last. Boy, if that ain't the truth in this case. $1 from Clopogram. Bonnie Blue has a husband, insists her husband is very proud of her shocking 1,057 men stunt. Well, as we just saw a second ago, judging by the divorce, I don't think he's that proud. Thank you very much to Ben for $10 over on PayPal. Thank you, Ben.
Stop dipping into your ketamine stash. Put down the bomb.
Hey, guys, $2.95 away from perfection today. Go ahead and throw in a few bucks. Hit that PayPal, hit that Streamlabs, hit that Venmo, Rumble Rant, Super Chats, etc. Hey, next hour, get it down to 200, and we're still just right there on path. You know, I hate to compliment the evening show in front of you guys, but this week they just did it perfect. I mean, they ran it down, boom, 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 and in the last 5 minutes, they got it to like $50 and then knocked it out. It was ridiculous. It was remarkable. $2.95 away from today. Go ahead, click the link. Everybody throw in a little bit. I really do appreciate what you guys have done for this program. So our last Bonnie Blue moment of the day will be this 1 minute 27 clips, 1 minute 27 second clip. And thank goodness to the people interviewing her, because they actually held her feet to the fire on this. And I don't think you should ever worry about being too difficult with Bonnie Blue in an interview, because she clearly has no shame. And there's no way she should ever be able to look at an interviewer and go, you are being very mean to me. You're being very, like, lady, you took 1,057 dicks. Let's not sit here and talk about proper treatment. But this is her take. Like, this is such pick-me shit. This is such try-hard. You know, SP and I were killing some time yesterday, and we were looking at Instagram Reels. And we watched a couple of really funny ones. There was this guy who was ice fishing, and he's got that heavy Wisconsin, Minnesota accent. Funny as fuck. As far as I'm concerned. I debated showing it to you guys, but I just thought, you know what? You're going to think it's dumb. But we were watching that, and it was really funny. Then all of a sudden, it just got to this. We got into this loop of, like, pick-me chicks. And there was this like 52-year-old lady who's like, oh yeah, I'll swallow all your children. And then there's another girl and she's walking through snow and shit like that.
Stop dipping into your ketamine.
Sorry. She's walking through snow and she's like, when I said I wanted to be covered in white stuff, this isn't what I meant. And I'm watching that with SP and I'm just going, and again, I don't know, thank God I grew up and something clicked in my brain, but I'm just watching this and I'm going, I'm fucking disgusted. Like, it's just like there's so much more than just being attractive. Like, you have to not be a hoe, too. You just have to not be a hoe. I said that I wanted to be covered in white stuff. This isn't what I meant. And there was one Instagram reel where the chick was like, if you're doing it from behind and you go, oops, wrong hole, there's no such thing as a wrong hole. Get back in there and fill me up. Oh, you fucking whore. And you're just like, maybe it would be best for all of us if those people were just thrown in prison. Again, and by the way, if you're going, Aaron, but we have a constitution. I know I'm talking about violating the Constitution of the United States. I'm talking about ignoring the rules and just locking people up for moral crimes. That's what I'm talking about. By the way, somebody says grew up, so last April. Yeah, no, literally, probably like June or July. Yes. That's what I mean. So let's go to this interview with what's her name? Bonnie Blue. She's talking about all men should cheat on their wives. Like, again, just pick me hoe bullshit. And it's like, you're going to get your first wrinkle, you overtanned douche. And you're just going to be so insufferable. I mean, I find this shit insufferable to begin with. But this is just Andrew Tate levels of cringe.
I think it makes you a better partner. Because then you can come home, deal with your wife's whinging, you can get on with looking after the kids, and you can still do that part of your life, but you're just sneaking off elsewhere to get pleasured.
How about this? How about your whole life isn't about coming? How about you grow up and it's not about come. Please don't clip that. How about life isn't about just shooting goo all the time? Oh my God, I need to shoot more goo. How about you have fucking children? And that's so much more fulfilling than just, come. And if your life is, I gotta come all the time, then don't have kids. You're not ready. It wasn't for you. You come home, you deal with your wife's whinging, and what do you live in? Everybody Loves Raymond? Do you live in a fucking sitcom? Your wife's complaining. The kids, you raise your kids, and then you have to go get a little something on the side. If you have to go get a little something on your side, you're a dog shit partner and you're not ready to have kids. Because you're supposed to be instructing the next generation. That's what having kids is. They're not a fuck trophy. It's you being ready to instruct and lead the next generation. So at some point in your life, you've got to grow up and get over the coming tits, boobs, pussy, dick. You got to get over that. And you got to realize, you got responsibilities. Fuck, if you get a dog, some of this shit has to be curbed. But dude, you should be cheating because you got your nagging wife and you got your kids and you got, you know what? And I'll say this is a millennial issue. I will admit that. Millennials thought they could rewrite the rule books as they grow up, that life can't ever be hard. Life can't ever be a challenge. It should always be easy. I will accept that criticism of millennials 100 times over. And I'm part of the problem. We decided that life should be, we should be able to do whatever we want and we'll just figure it out. No.
Oh, I don't like what you're saying at all. And you're a woman.
This is for people that aren't happy necessarily.
It's like if they're going to work and doing a hard day shift, they need to be treated. And if the women aren't doing that,
you just think women should service men, and it's all about like them being happy when they come home from work.
So you should be listening to my advice now. Say
your advice is so ridiculous.
See, like, she just seems like a better human and a better partner, and like you'd enjoy being with her more than this trifling, try-hard pick-me. Here, let me give you a red flag. Here's a big red flag. Oh my God, all my friends are guys. I just don't get along with girls. I'm like one of the guys. She's a hoe. She's a hoe. Stay away. Stay away.
Are you guys going to kiss?
I can't believe the shit that is coming out of your mouth, honestly.
You should see the shit that's going into it.
It's so pick me. Are you that
I don't need to be
desperate for
pick me.
attention?
I am already been chosen. Like, I am the main character.
Yo! You're not the main character. You're literally... There's 1,057 people just... Just throwing it at you. I don't need to be picked. I'm already the main character. Is that what your husband who's divorcing you said? That you're the main character? I don't think so.
I'm sat here and you're calling up from what? Your car? To your husbands and their partners, they pay my bills and my family's bills and have made me a millionaire, so...
Yes, I agree with you. You are responsible for the rot of our culture. You are the whore of Babylon that has distracted us from our progress and our mission. I agree you have devalued the raising of our children. I'm glad we can agree on something, Bonnie.
That one day when you get married and fall in love, you could be giving him all the sex in the world and he still may cheat on you.
See, no, that's impossible because I'm too hot and I'm too good in the bedroom.
Oh, my God. There is such insecurity in that. There is so, I mean, if anyone buys this outward... You know, have you ever heard the phrase, you know, if you're really good, you don't need to tell everybody about it? That's accurate. You know, if you're amazing in the bed, you know, whatever happened to mystery, whatever happened to, you know, lady in the street, freak in the bed, whatever, you know, Ludacris was a prophet. Ludacris was a philosopher. Lady in the street, freak in the bed. When we're out in public, you know, we're nice, we're kind, whatever, but when we're alone, that's for us. You know, this Bonnie Blue is like, oh, they would never cheat on me. I'm too hot and I'm too good in the bedroom. Number one, you're not that hot. You look perpetually sunburned and it's troubling. And number two, I got bad news, girls. There's a limit of good in the bedroom. I have terrible news. Most of it's us. Like, as far as our pleasure, as far as what we, like, we're not sitting here like, you know what, she needs to bend in 40 different directions. And she, you know what, I need to get off. That's what it is. I'd like you to feel good. I'd like you to have a great time too. But this idea of, oh, I'm really good in the bedroom. Oh, I'm really good in the bedroom. My right hand does it. Like, it's not, you're not a wizard. Okay? Oh, my man, he, you know, my man orgasms every time. You know what? Sometimes if we rub against the hem of our own jeans the right way, you know, it's not, we're not God's most complicated creatures. So don't pat yourself too hard on the back there, wet hole.
Women can sometimes, and men can never get over that betrayal.
Oh, yeah.
And that destroys a person.
Yeah, it might lead them to do things like have sex with 1,000 men in OnlyFans to try and get some form of validation, only to wind up short and need more attention.
So you're encouraging that, and that's what I have a problem with.
We all talk about being happy and do what's best for you. And if her isn't the best thing, then yeah, he needs to go elsewhere.
That's fucking selfish. You've got a wife. You've got children. It's not about you, bitch. It's about more than you. You need to be aware of how this shit... God damn, man, this libertarian attitude has killed us. There's no such thing as you. There's no such thing as I. The minute you bring other people into it. What about individual freedom? I've got bad news, 12-year-olds. Individual freedom, to a large extent, guess what it is? It's some shit we made up. Why? Because we're individuals. It's hard to name one thing that someone can do, especially if they have kids and a partner. You'd struggle to find one thing you can do that only impacts you and only has to do with you. It's difficult to do. You know what? Some things are performative. Some things are, you know, for the show. I hate this lady. Like, I really do. Like, genuinely, I hate Bonnie Blue. Like, not on a level of, like, it's not a personal hatred. It's a cultural hatred. It's a she's ruining the entire world kind of hatred. Jasper says, I can't even jack off listening to this anymore. All right, fine. You know what? I'm the prude. I'm wrong. Let's just keep rotting. Let's do that. No, I mean it. Let's just keep rotting. Let's just keep watching it die and rot. I'm going to be so happy when I get to stand among the rubble and say, I told you so. I'm being sarcastic. I'm not going to be happy. We need, guys, you are whistling past the graveyard here. We need to start burning people at the stake again. This is important. If we don't bring back capital punishment for hoetry, we're going to be in trouble. You're going to get to the same place I'm at. It's just going to be too late. That's all. Chevy fan says, Aaron thinks 50s traditional relationships exist in 2025. They don't, and the reason is because we got pick-me's and hoes who people are trying to wife up. Stop rewarding these women with jewelry and commitment. Dump a load and leave them. That's what they deserve. And then the really good ones who see, oh, she's so conservative and she's not very, good, marry her. She's perfect. She'll be really loyal. She won't betray you, and she'll actually work with you on becoming a better person and being honest with you. Don't marry the one who goes, when I said I wanted to be covered in white stuff, this isn't what I meant. That should make you puke. Puke, I say. All right, let's continue on. 295 away from today. I can see, you know what I can see? I can see that what this rant is doing to some people is telling them there's no Santa Claus, and it's making them uncomfortable. I apologize. We'll move on. You want to see a 78-year-old man talk to you? I think that's what gets you going. This is what I knew it. This is what gets you going, you dirty little birdies. Let's go ahead and play this. DOGE has been finding a lot of money. They've been going elbow deep inside of Bonnie Blue, and they've just been finding $1 bills. They're pulling them out like clowns out of a Volkswagen. It's amazing. But DOGE has been going out. They've been saving a bunch of money. And now, I mean, in 1 month, they've saved so much money that they're now trying to figure out what they're going to do with it. Now, what I would like to see done is the budget balanced and then the debt paid down. But Donald Trump is a populist. We know this. And he has another idea of what to do with some of the money.
There's even under consideration a new concept where we give 20% of the DOGE savings to American citizens and 20% goes to paying down debt, because the numbers are incredible, Elon. So many billions of dollars, billions, hundreds of billions, and we're thinking about giving 20% back to the American citizens and 20% down to pay back debt and pay down debt, which is, if you look at value, if it were a real estate balance sheet, the debt is tiny, but we still want to pay it down. Doesn't matter.
If you look at it as a real estate balance sheet, the debt is tiny. What do we take in a year? About $20-some trillion. We have more debt than we do annual income. Let me try. Family of four making $150,000 a year. Well, you know what? You know what? They probably owe more on their house than they make in a year. That's a good point. Let's say you owe $200,000 on your house. You make $150,000 a year. All right. But I mean, okay, the difference between that and the debt the United States is carrying, though, is that money is wrapped up in assets. So the house is an asset. And you're paying down the house. We're not paying. Our debt isn't going like this. Our debt is going up like that. So that seems a little disingenuous. But the idea of giving some of the DOGE savings to the American people, it's not an awful idea. I mean, it's our money. It was wasted. The question I have is that we're finding all this waste, and we're finding out that some of this waste is not accidental. It's not just, someone was asleep at the wheel, whatever. Some of this waste is straight up criminal. And I'd like to see some prosecutions for the way my tax dollars. I mean, if I gave a lot of this shit is Madoffian. Is that Madoffian? Let's go with Madoffian. Can we coin that today? Madoffian. We're doing it. Some of this stuff it's intentional. And one thing I hate about the government is they get away with shit that in the private sector you'd go to prison for. I mean, you look at Social Security and all these payments that are going out to people who are dead. That's money you and I have paid into the system, and it's going to people who are not eligible to have it. Whoever's running that should go to prison. If you were doing that in the private sector, you would be up on charges. So I hate to do this thing, and I worry that we're going to start doing this thing because I can feel myself doing it, where we're going to keep moving the goalposts for Trump. He's going to do this thing that we never thought he would ever do, and we're going to go, okay, that's great, but now do more. And then it's another thing what we thought no president would ever be allowed to do. Okay, like we're going to become insatiable. And I'm not trying to say that. Like, I think what he's been doing is great. I think what Elon's been doing is great. But eventually, I think it would send a really heavy message if we sent some people to fucking jail. I really do. I think sending some of these people to prison would be the right message to send. And will we? I don't know. I mean, I know a lot of people like that Peter Strzok are whitewashing their social medias and they're getting the fuck out of Dodge. I mean, maybe that tells you something of what might be coming. Like birds flying away before a storm. But 20% goes to pay down the debt. 20% goes to American citizens. And then there's also, the idea he says that the tariff money will go to pay down debt. There's also news I saw yesterday that these tariffs are scaring the shit out of people so bad that Apple's thinking about coming back to America to make cell phones. That they're serious. Again, rumor. I read this yesterday a couple different places. Whenever I see a rumor, I Google it to see if there's some legitimate news reports on it. And there has been. Google is thinking about coming back to Apple coming back to the United States. This is something that's been talked about if the tariffs on China gets any heavier. They have made some effort. They are making some efforts to increase domestic production. Apple may start bringing back business to the U.S. as the cost of shipping from overseas becomes prohibitive. I mean, imagine if we got, not only would it be awesome if we got Apple back, but we'd be getting it back from China, so it would help us and hurt them. That would be great. But, hey, man, take care of that debt. Take care of that deficit. That would be nice. Dub says, USA only $35 trillion in debt. If you're $35,000 in debt and ask the nearest bank for a $10,000 loan, LOL. 5K checks back to each taxpayer, but doubt it. Yeah, I heard that too. Elon said he wants to give each taxpayer $5,000. The math doesn't add up yet from the DOGE savings. Coyote NV with $4.99 says, are 20 million dead people also voting? That's just it. Like, we don't know. And it's not good that when you ask the media about that or politicians, they shame you for asking. Here's what I've learned in the last few years. If people shame you for asking a question or get mad at you for asking a genuine, curious question, not a leading question, but a genuinely curious question, if people start yelling and screaming at you about that, you're probably over the target. You're probably onto something. I mean, remember when you would question the COVID lockdowns or you would question the vaccine and just catch a whole heaping bunch of shit only to find out a few months later you were confirmed right? And that's kind of how I feel about, hey, Social Security, people over 100 getting Social Security checks to the tune of millions of people. Oh, how can you say that? And they yell at you and they scream at you, but they never correct you. They never show you anything different. Same thing with the COVID stuff. They'd be like, shut up. You can't say that. How dare you? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, then, you're welcome to engage me in a conversation. I'm just, you weren't giving an opinion. You were just asking a question. That's all. 290 away from today's goal. Hey, guys, do me a favor. Let's go on a rush, huh? Not only do I want a perfect week here on Steel Toe, that would be awesome. I'd like to see it drop down consistently throughout the program. So if you're enjoying what we're doing today, hose, politics, movies, we're fired up. We got a great show for you today. Consider throwing 5 or 10 in the bucket, the spackle bucket, proverbially, and let's celebrate having a perfect week of Steel Toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, etc. Thank you. Bapa Shab says, weren't you pro-lockdown initially? I wouldn't say pro-lockdown. I didn't fight it, which also a mistake. I'm not saying it wasn't like my initial position wasn't wrong, but the way they scared the shit out of you and we didn't have any other information coming in, it was like, well, here was my thing on the lockdown initially. I took them at face value and I said, well, because my whole thought process was, they presented it as locking it down for 2 weeks will stop the spread and it'll be over. And I'm like, okay, so we don't have to hear about this fucking coronavirus horse shit. If we just take 2 weeks off, the whole country goes on vacation for a couple of weeks. This thing is done, whatever. After that initial 2 weeks and they didn't stop it, then I was fucking pissed. And it took me 2 weeks to be over that shit. But yeah, no, I'll admit, I was like, oh, this will be over in 2 weeks? Cool. That's awesome. And let's not pretend like the majority of the country wasn't there at that point. All right? I turned pretty early in the game. Oh, by the way, speaking of COVID, Donald Trump is rumored to be correcting one of what I think is his biggest wrongs and the biggest mistake he made in the first, what do you call it? Not first administration, first term, which was simping hard for that COVID vaccine. By the way, you want to talk about simps, Sam Show? Who was a bigger simp for that vaccine early on than Donald Trump? You got to admit that. That was one of my biggest criticisms of his during the 2020 election, is he's going to marry himself to this vaccine and he's going to look like an asshole. And he did. Well, it does sound like he's trying to correct that, as the rumors are that a COVID vaccine could be banned for all Americans under the Trump administration. COVID vaccines could be suspended for all age groups in America under radical new plans backed by key health figures in the Trump administration. Several experts poised for top jobs in U.S. health agencies subscribe to the disputed idea the shots are causing widespread side effects and deaths. Now, I don't think there's any argument that these vaccines have clearly caused side effects. I mean, the people who invented it admitted finally it causes myocarditis. And their big cope with that is, well, but having COVID can give you myocarditis too. I see a lot more people dropping dead of previously undiagnosed heart problems without COVID and with the vaccine than I have people dropping dead from not dysrhythmia, myocarditis from having COVID. So again, it's one of those things where like you can bullshit me all you want, but I have eyeballs. I can see the numbers. I can see the data. And as they say, the math ain't mathin' on this one. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has privately expressed concerns about the COVID vaccine and has signaled that he is open to axing them if the data supports it. It would be nice. It would be nice if we could get that, because I do think that the COVID vaccine has been more trouble than it's been worth. I mean, even if you talk about the social implications, I mean, look at how many lawsuits have had to be paid out because these workplaces or the government said, if you don't get the vaccine, you can't come to work. And a lot of these people, with the with the power to force people to take the vaccine or keep their job have had to go back on that decision, not only give people their jobs back, but now take jobs from people that filled their spot and give back pay to the people who refused to take the vaccine. In fact, the military just had to do that. The military had to take back all of their recruits and give them back pay for forcing them to either get the COVID vaccine or leave the military. Coyote NV with $4.99 says 20 million people dead people's social security numbers being given to illegals? ? That's, you know what? Interesting question. In my opinion, worth looking into, worth investigating. Thank you very much for the $4.99. Hey guys, $2.90 away from today's goal. Light up Venmo, light up PayPal, light up Streamlabs. Let's see if we can get that thing dumped out nice and early today. Call it another win for the toe. At least get under 200 by 8 o'clock. and stay ahead of the game on this one. Thank you, guys. Your generosity is appreciated. Please and thank you. All right, let's go to, speaking of COVID, that leads us into the Deborah Burks things. I hate this. I really do. You know, these people in power who had an impact and had an ability to shape policy during COVID-19, coming out later and going, oopsie daisy, that actually makes me mad. I know for a lot of people it's soothing and they're like, hey, at least they admitted they were wrong. Yeah, how much you want to bet these people knew they were wrong when they were doing it? I mean, we already know that Fauci was telling people to just go along with what he was saying and, the 6 foot thing. Remember when Fauci came forward recently and he goes, oh yeah, the 6 foot thing, we kind of made that up. We just thought it sounded good at the time. And if you question the 6 foot thing, which caused bars to close, it cost people their small business. It put people's restaurants and bars and shops out, put them out on the street. And it was all because they couldn't do 6 foot social distancing. And then Fauci comes out later and goes, yeah, that was kind of arbitrary, the whole 6 feet thing. Oh, so you arbitrarily shut down our economy and ruined people. So I just wish that Fauci would remove the whole mask and just come out and say it. Hey, this was social engineering. This was a destruction and rebuilding of the economy so we could give more of it to the 1%, more of it to the big corporations, more of it to Walmart, Target, Berkshire Hathaway, hedge fund managers, things like that. I would be pissed. It would upset me greatly, but deep down, I kind of already know it, and I'd like these motherfuckers to at least admit it. Here's what I don't get. You already won. You already beat us. The COVID thing, you won the game. We'll never get to play that game again. You won. You got all the money, Fauci included, millions upon billions of dollars, and you got to run the social experiment you wanted to run. As your fallen adversary, at least give us the respect of admitting why you did it. That's all. So let's go to Dr. Deborah Burks. You remember her, right? I think she's a Minnesota addition to COVID. I think she was from the U of M. Deborah Burks, who we're responsible for, now came out this week and said that, this COVID vaccine, it's not really how we pitched it. Let's go ahead and take a look at this.
And what we've done wrong in public health is we didn't explain that COVID vaccines were nothing like the childhood vaccines. And
by the way, it's not that you forgot. It's not that you were like, shucks, we forgot to tell people that. You didn't want to tell people that because you wanted Pfizer to make a whole shitload of money off of this vaccine. And you knew that if you told people, well, now this is a little different than the vaccines that were safe that you got as a kid. These are a little different than that. It might hurt the numbers. People might become more vaccine hesitant. You knew that you probably should have told people, but you chose not to. I hate that they're trying to rewrite history like, oh, we forgot this, we forgot that. You didn't forget anything. You made a conscious decision to mislead people. You lied.
And that the childhood vaccines, like many of the diseases, you get it once, you don't get it again. And this is getting the children to have that disease without getting the deadly consequences. That is not what the COVID vaccine was designed to do.
That's what you told us it was. Remember when they were telling us it had like 97% efficacy? Remember when the president was saying if you get the COVID shot, you don't get sick? He said that. That's damn near a quote. And now Deborah Burks is coming out like it was common knowledge. Oh, well, COVID isn't like you get the shot once and then you never get the disease again. Well, that's what you led us all to believe a vaccine was. So this isn't really even a vaccine. I don't know how many of you know this. If you listen to the show back in the day, you do know this. But the COVID vaccine and the efficacy and all of that stuff behind it was pitched to us as you get this, you're not going to get sick. And then it changed to if you get this, you won't get as sick. And then it went to, you won't have as high a risk of dying. So who could keep it straight? Also, the forcing people to get it. I mean, if it was good for people and they knew it, they'll just get it. It's to hear these people say this shit after shaming us for telling them that they were doing it it's a lot. It's a mind fuck. And really there should be some consequences. And there just aren't. Los Federales with $1 says that Marie D. OnlyFans mom was definitely not making wholesome content. All right, I'm not going to put... Oh, yeah, I can't put this up on the screen. Oh, yeah, that's not... Yeah, that... Who the fuck said she was making wholesome content? Jesus fucking Christ. This shouldn't be legal, by the way. I'm not talking about what she's doing, but like putting this stuff online. Because like, isn't this like a paywall thing? And if it's a paywall thing, that's like a business. That's like playing Disney movies on your stream, isn't it? Gray Duckling with $5 says, how dare you, Aaron? Why aren't you trusting the science? Well, that's just it. Now all these science people are saying the things that people were saying when they were being told they weren't trusting the science. So it's, like I said, it's kind of a mind fuck, to be quite honest with you. All right, guys, rally up. Like I said, I'm salivating because I want to have a perfect week, and we're almost there. It's just today. 285 away from today's goal. Click those links. Throw in that cash. Let's take... Oh, you know what we haven't done today? We haven't taken a look at the WHMH 101.7 Top Donations Board. In first place is our boy Fuck You Dude at $285. Crunchy in second place with $135. Neil with $125. And Jeremy with $100. You want to jump up into that top four? There you go. Otherwise... We got a lot of people like Dive Bar at 85. We got Stephanie at 70. We've got Yags at 55. You've got Coyote. Oh, sorry. Coyote at 60. He's getting close. And you've got Mussolini Diff at 51. So you got some people. And then you got a bunch of people at 20, at 15, at 5. That's awesome, too. Everybody throw in a little bit. And let's make it happen. 285 away from today's goal. We like to be at 200 by 8 o'clock. So if you could help us get there, damn, I sure would appreciate it. We'd be right on our way to perfection today. Also, hit like, hit subscribe. That helps the algorithm, helps. I have noticed we decided to just, hey, we're going to be Steel Toe. We're going to do the Steel Toe show. And a lot of the riffraff and the craziness, it's kind of doesn't add anything, and it hasn't really changed goals or anything like that. I've noticed everything's kind of stabilized now. Between 800 and 900 live at a time at our peaks in the morning. I think when it was when all the drama was going on, it was like between 900 and 1,000. And before all the drama stuff, we were between 600 and 700. So we've made we kept a lot of the new fans, which is really amazing. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So 285 away. Let's knock it out. Let's call it another win for the Toe. Thank you guys so much. Oh my goodness. We've already got to open up the 7 o'clock hour story. Look at that. We're actually keeping on track time-wise a little bit today. That never happens. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for our friends at All Care. There we go. Look at my pals. Look what they gave me. Look at the nice gift they gave me. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, it's warming up here in Minnesota. You know what it was this morning, guys, when I got into my car? You're not going to believe this. What it said in my car was that it was 1 degree. Now, right now, it says it's 0 here in lovely central Minnesota. But this morning in my vehicle, it said 1 degree above 0. So we're coming in on a heat wave. All Care Towing can pick you up with the trucks and wreckers for everything from motorcycles, don't you dare, all the way up to heavy-duty equipment. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Midland Armory in downtown Foley. They've got a show this weekend in St. Cloud. Go see the gun show this weekend. That's Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota. They've got knives, optics, parts and gear, everything you need for personal protection, hunting, sport, whatever it is you're looking for, and whatever questions you have, Derek and Tracy can answer them for you at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Our pals at Midland Armory are the best in the business when it comes to advice, education, and the goods. That's Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. And tonight is $2 cans at Stoney's. $2 cans for Thirsty Thursdays. The weather's getting warmer. Go out and see a show this weekend. Live music, dancing. Go have a great time. Cut loose, as the kids say, at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Hang out with your friends. Have a few beers. Have a pizza. Have a great time. Throw a couple back. It's a fun hang. It's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. On Broadway, it's Stoney's. Go see Cheetos today. Finkelstein Shit Kid. All right, we're going to help Finkelstein. He's got to work on his shit talking a little bit, but he's almost there. 199, he says, has anyone ever said you look like adult Butters? No, and I'll tell you why, Finkelstein. And you can, I believe you can do better. You're going to try again. First of all, Butters had blonde hair. That's number one. Second of all, it's just not the same type. Like, you look like blank works if it works. Like, you have this idea that you can just throw random cartoon character X out there, and it doesn't work that way. I like a good shit talk. We need to work on yours. Coyote with $5 says 80 degrees in Las Vegas this weekend. Well, fucking goodily do for you, Coyote. Good for you. I'm so happy that it's going to be in the 80s this weekend. Dive Bar says Marie D has $2,000 cans. Oh, you're saying she's got a cheap tit job, huh? Wow. These are wild accusations that are coming forward. All right, guys, 280 away from today's goal and perfection for the week. Help us out. Dump a nice number. Like, you know what? Treat us like we're, what's her name? Bonnie Blue, and dump a nice one on us. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. All right, here's that Kevin O'Leary clip that I really wanted to get to. We were talking about this earlier this morning where, a lot of the media and the political class want to tell us, just really terrible, all of this cutting that DOGE is doing. This could really hurt federal workers and federal departments. They're not understanding that reporting that to us is not going to work because we really, really like that. We're really, really happy that money is being slashed out of the federal government and dead weight is being cut. There's this disconnect between the people informing us and the people that they're like, no, guys, you don't understand. I know you think you like what DOGE is doing, but you understand it's cutting a lot of federal jobs. And we're like, yep. Oh, but you don't understand it's cutting a lot of money out from our federal budget. Yeah, we're really excited about it. No. But don't you understand that could cause some entire departments to collapse? Stop, I'm almost coming. Let's go ahead and watch Kevin O'Leary be the voice of the people, the Shark Tank guy, as the voice of the people on CNN.
No, I think the issue is they're not whacking enough.
Gets me every time. I have to admit, it gets me every time Kevin O'Leary tells us we're not whacking enough. All right, fine, Dad.
There's this concept in private equity when you get a bankrupt company and you go in there, you cut 20% more than your initial read. And then you find like a pool of mercury, the organization gels back together again. Always cut.
Right, there's this idea Democrats have had that if you cut any government, if you cut any spending, that it's just going to wreck everything. And no, it's not. All of these things will just They'll figure it out. It'll work. I know that sounds flippant, but it's true. They'll figure it out. It'll all come back together. It'll be fine. You know, this idea that, if we cut $1 trillion in spending, it'll all collapse. No, the people who are left there will figure out how to do the job properly. It's just, it will work out. Democrats have just been so afraid of cutting spending because the more government spends, the larger their power base is. They're not doing it because they think it helps the American people. They're doing it because they think it helps them. You know, in Minnesota here, when they make a budget, Democrats will shit on Republicans. I had a friend who was a Minnesota state representative. I talked to him every week, and he would say, these Democrats are fucking impossible to deal with because when we propose a budget, they projected a 7% increase for the Health and Human Services budget. We proposed a 2% increase in the Health and Human Services budget. So they go around telling all the voters that we're cutting the Health and Human Services budget. Only in politics can you cut the rate of increase, and they call that cutting spending. You can spend $30 one year, $33 the next year, but they thought you were going to spend $38, so they say you're cutting $5 from the budget. And you wonder how we get into the financial mess that we're into now.
Deeper, harder when there's fat and waste. The FAA, it's not the people. The code is cobalt. It's from the 60s. It needs CapEx put into it for the technology to be upgraded to make it safer. Fat like a chicken. All of these agencies are like big fat chickens dripping over barbecues of fat. This is the best barbecue I've ever seen, but I don't think it's happening fast enough. They're not cutting enough. Keep slashing, keep hacking while you have a 24-month mandate before the midterms.
I mean, this isn't said on television enough. This is the voice of the American people. Because the average American doesn't see the federal government tax dollars that they're spending helping them in real life. So therefore, if you cut all of that money, we don't give a shit because we're not going to notice the difference anyway. And if it's going to put the country in better financial health, then yeah, it's a no-brainer. But the media sits there and they go, should we be afraid of Elon Musk? Should we be worried about what he's doing? He has access to all our IRS files. Are you okay with that? Bitch, I'm not okay with the IRS having access to my IRS files. So I guess I don't mind Elon Musk taking a look. At least when Elon Musk takes a look at IRS files, he's looking to cut the IRS. When the IRS looks at files, they look to cut into us. So yeah, I don't see the IRS as working for us. And the media made this mistake of thinking that we all thought the IRS was our buddy. So it's nice to see someone go on TV and not set their hair on fire because they're going, well, no, I don't think we're cutting enough.
Cut. More cutting. Believe me, it's going to work out just great. Everybody should be happy
with the nuclear codes, cut them too.
What is she? I hate that. Like, that is so not. You're not contributing to the conversation. You're just fear-mongering. Even the people with the nuclear codes, cut them too. No, we're talking about in general, we have to. It's not like the nuclear code people are the only things left to cut. Believe me, there's a lot of the fat before we get to that.
Cut everything. Because if you don't see what they're doing and they can't show you that they're adding value, you whack.
But it's not clear that they're even asking people to show us what you're doing. Again, this was a story Friday, and literally Elon said, oops, we gotta rehire them because nobody knows how to do what these people know how to do.
Well, good. That's a great example that what we're doing is working. He cut a shitload of people, cut first, ask questions later, and then after he cut, he went, oops, sorry, we fucked that up. Here, let's bring it back. And then he did. Okay, good. Then it works.
Yeah, the nuclear thing. Okay, gets it wrong once in a while. Big deal. So what?
I agree with that.
That's 10% of the time.
It's okay. I actually think it's okay if they run into a stumble here or there because the project is so massive. The need to cut is so massive. The government is so massive. It's inconceivable that you wouldn't make a mistake here or there. But I think that's acceptable if the greater goal is achieved, which is a smaller government, more efficient government.
Even if someone,
trim the fat.
Even if someone dies, or even if someone.
See, again. it's almost like we can't debate that. We kind of just have to do it and say, just guys, shut up and watch. Because we're not arguing with honest people. They're not sitting there going, well, no, this money needs to be spent because this department is efficient. This department's doing the right thing. They can't defend the money that's being spent, especially like USAID and the Social Security stuff. They can't defend it because they know it looks bad. So they go right to, well, people will die. It reminds me of that Remy song. I think it is called "People." You want people to die. Like when they run out of arguments, when they run out of actual things that they can go to, they just go, oh well, yeah, oh, even if people die. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Yeah, it's this song.
These
Come to
cuts
life.
are blood money. People will die. Let's be very clear. Senate Republicans are paying for tax cuts for the wealthy with American lives.
Do you remember when we cut taxes under Trump in the first administration and all those people died? Like, even when people are dying, they lie about people dying. Remember when COVID came around? They're like, oh, my God, the hospitals are going to become overflooded. We're going to have to buy storage units for all the dead bodies. Even when actual people die, they overstate that people are going to die.
American lives.
People need kidneys, it's sad but decreed, yet this senator's hoarding one more than she needs. I offer this bill and I hope you'll vote aye, unless of course you just want people to die. Traffic deaths have many crying with fear. Over 30,000 people are dying each year. This modest change I propose must be applied, unless of course you just want people to die. Alcohol deaths are exceeding comparisons. Black people, white people, Native Americans. We need to ban alcohol. It can't be denied, unless of course you just want people to die. Murders are
I wish this was like, I want to go back to the days where this was satire. But like, we literally just watched that in the CNN clip. We watched someone go, oh, you cut all this spending is good, even if people die. I mean, number one, kind of, yeah. But number two, like, that's how you're going to have to start arguing with these people, is just accept their premise and move on. Oh, yeah, well, it's okay to cut trillions of dollars from the federal budget, even if people die. Yeah, totally fine with it. Anyway, Social Security, total horseshit. Here's the deal. And then just move on and let their jaw hit the floor.
They have no defenders, yet many are committed by repeat offenders. I say lifetime in prison, whatever the crime, unless of course you just want people to die. So I don't have a bill or a groan to detail, I just need a short clip for my donor email. Tim, there's blood on your hands, you want people to die. That good? Cool. Tim, dinner at 5? Yeah.
That's a good point too. One of the best examples, by the way, of like someone going in and like meeting someone's outrage with incredulity would be, have you ever seen Gavin McInnes arguing with that woman on Hannity? It's a great example of someone just going, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to have my position and I don't care if you get offended. I'm just going to double down on it. It was really great. We'll watch it in a second here. First, Dive Bar with $20.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Thank you very much. He says, put me on number 4. You forgot $2, so it should be 107. All right, you are correct, sir. 107 for Dive Bar. $5 from Redbird. He says, just in case you were having a good week. Oh, God. 10 dead humans liquefy. Oh, God. Thanks. I appreciate that. 260 away from today's goal. Hey, do us a favor. Hit up the Streamlabs. Hit up the PayPal. We're very, very close to being on track for today. So please consider jumping on one of those links. We love the PayPals, the Venmos, and the Streamlabs. Keep throwing in because today is the last goal of the week. And if we hit it, it's a perfect week. And we've knocked them all out. And we've only gone to the last 5 minutes twice in the week. So I'm very excited about a win today. Forgive me my excitement. Continue throwing in your 10s and 20s and your 5s. We really appreciate it. And we're getting close. 260 away from today. Keep it up. By the way, people are asking where to find that video. Just type in Remy, R-E-M-Y, from Reason TV. Remy, people will die. And you'll find it. Gavin McInnes Hannity. Tamara Holder. That's who it is. Tamara Holder. This is Gavin McInnes taking a relatively radical position on women in the workplace. And the woman he's debating just gets fucking incensed. And Gavin just goes, oh, well. It kind of reminds me of this Kevin O'Leary DOGE
There's absolutely no evidence of this, and it's just not true.
It actually is true.
No, it's not. Washington Free Banana Peel is not a legitimate
the
organization.
Washington Free Beacon, which is a legitimate newspaper. Yes.
Look,
there's different ways to look at the data, but the big picture here is women do earn less in America because they choose to. They would rather go to their daughter's piano recital than stay all night at work working on a proposal.
What?
So they end up earning less. They're less ambitious, and I think this is sort of God's way.
Look at her, and by the way, she's very pretty, but she does not have a sense of humor about what Gavin's saying here at all. And by the way, the backstory behind her, she had no kids at the time. I don't think she was married. And I think Gavin was cutting a little too close to the main vein here. And I think it was kind of getting her a little bit. You know, and you can argue whether he's right or wrong, but like, it's a gutsy argument to have.
Nature's way of saying women should be at home with the kids. They're happier there.
I hope.
So this is the part. So she's going to express the outrage. Now, normally when she's on one of these shows and she expresses outrage, the other person backs off and they feel shame. She's never met Gavin McInnes. And shame is not really in his repertoire, if you will. And by the way, women like her take what Gavin just said as an insult. I don't think it's an insult. Nobody's saying that men are right for staying at work longer and skipping the recital or whatever it is. That's probably the lesser of the two choices. But it's the reality of the world in a lot of cases. He's not saying men are better than women for doing that. I think a lot of people would argue the parent who sacrifices their work to go to the child's event is probably making the right decision. You know, women see this thing where if they're left out of anything guy, if they're left out of anything dude, that somehow means it's an insult to them. It's like, no, like country clubs. Augusta National. Oh, they won't let women in. We want to get in. We want to get in. And then they get the right to get in and they go in. They go, this is stupid. What you guys are doing, you're just smoking cigars and playing cards after golf. This is dumb. Yeah, we know. We knew you'd hated it. There was a reason we didn't want you here because we knew you'd just complain because it's boring shit we're doing. It's just the FOMO of guy shit. It doesn't balance out. Like, guys don't get mad when they're not allowed in female spaces. We don't give a shit. But women always get mad when they have to miss out on anything, dude.
That your viewers do not take you, sir, seriously.
There's a great book you should read. It's called Why Men Earn More, and it's all about women choosing to put family over work, and that's why they earn less.
Having a choice does not mean that you're less ambitious, and you're...
Actually, it does. I have to check her on that one. Having a choice between staying at work or going to a kid's event does mean you're more ambitious for raising the child and less ambitious at work. That's what choices mean. That's where ambition comes from.
Your comments are absolutely deplorable. Sean, I would like
Less ambitious in the workforce.
I would like you to address it. You're a father. You have a daughter.
Heroes. If you were a real feminist, you would support housewives and see them as the heroes and women who work wasting their time.
So this is the difference between a regular media person and a guy who doesn't give a shit. Usually she does. Now her shame thing hasn't worked, so now she's just going to have a full-on spiral at him because he's decided to go, oh, you're upset about this. Well, I'm gonna twist the blade a little more.
You said that women are less ambitious.
Women are less ambitious.
You have also said that women are better suited in the home.
Yes,
You've also said that that women are emotional and women shouldn't.
Oh, Tamara, no. Oh, that was the wrong time to bust that one out. She's sitting there having a conniption fit, and she's like, and you're saying women are more emotional, you lunatic. I think some of the crew even laughs at that one. Let's go back. I think some of the crew even laughs when Gavin goes, well.
Emotional, and women shouldn't run for public office. All of these things. That
I think that was Sean laughing, actually.
Women shouldn't run for public office. All of these things that just
I never said women shouldn't run for public office.
Yes, you have. You've said that
If we're talking
before.
about 50% of the population, generally out of this 250 million people or 150 million people, most women are happier at home. They are pretending that they like working, and they're not making money because...
Her facial expressions in this are... This is still one of my favorite clips of all time.
They don't stay all night at the office. They don't go the extra mile.
Why
They
am I
don't work
sitting
all
here?
weekend.
I'm
You're making a
sitting here-
mistake. You would be much happier at home with a husband and children.
Oh, boy.
I mean, I don't care how you feel about Gavin McInnes, but like to be a foot away from someone and look them right in the eye and say that to them, that's some real shit. Like, anybody can be a fucking gay F word on a keyboard and go, you're gay if you do that. To sit 1 foot away from someone, especially as they're already pissed off, and go, you're wasting your time being here right now. You'd be much happier if you had a kid at home. Takes guts.
Boy. Oh,
I mean,
boy.
I'm literally shaking.
You just said you're single. You don't have a boyfriend. You're what?
That's
you're
my
celibate?
choice.
Yeah, look, you're miserable. You would be so much happier with kids around you tonight. Imagine coming home. Mommy's home.
You know what, Gavin?
By the way, this is pre-Proud Boys Gavin, before people like Hannity had to distance themselves from him and run away from him. This is pre-Proud Boys.
You do not do anything for the better.
To make you happy.
You do not. You know what, Gavin? You're not funny. You're not what you.
I'm
You do not do
funny.
anything.
I'm trying to make you happy.
You do not do anything for the better. Sean, this
Yes, I
isn't
do.
funny.
Feminism is made.
Now Sean's laughing and she's upset. Like, this poor woman is just. This is not her day. What else can you say?
Sean, this isn't funny.
Feminism has made women miserable. Women were much happier when housewives were glorified.
Guess what? I had a choice to be married, and I chose not to. I have a choice to have kids.
You screwed up. Imagine being told your big life decision, and a guy just goes, "You screwed up."
We'll give you the last word. Go ahead.
I think that your guest here is doing a disservice to all of the viewers and doing a disservice to America by saying that women, that I need to be married, that I would be happier at home. That you're what, miserably married? Just because
No, I'm
just
ecstatic.
having a
I'm
ring
trying
on.
to share my joy. You should see my little
Not
2-year-old.
everybody has the same life pattern as you.
I know,
okay?
it's the fall
and not
of
everybody
Christ.
wants to
It's
marry
the death
somebody
of the
in a
Western world.
bootleg seersucker suit
the end of
and go home to that.
civilization.
I don't want to go home to that.
You don't have to go home to me. Go home to a hunk. Oh, gosh.
Jesus. This is absolutely disgusting. And Sean, you should actually speak up for the viewers today and let them know that your daughter should have a choice.
I think women do have a choice. Absolutely, of course.
No one's saying
I agree with
women
that.
shouldn't have a choice.
All right, when we come back, we need your help. Our question of the day is straight ahead.
You don't have to go home to me. Go home to a hunk. I mean, she looks good, right? She looks all right. She could be fine. Coltrane says she seems pretty emotional. Yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, she kind of set herself up for that one. She's like, you've said in the past that women are overly emotional. And he's like, thanks. It's almost like they were almost working together, like they were doing a Laurel and Hardy thing at that point. 260 away from today's goal. Help us out. It's almost 8 o'clock. We're getting to that point in the show where we fall behind and I start to sound desperate. I don't want to sound desperate today because I'm excited. It's the last goal of the week, and every dollar it goes down, I get happier and I'm more giddy and I'm more excited. So throw us a couple of bucks, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and let's do this thing, man. Let's do this thing. 260 is the number. Take a look at the top of the chat, no matter what platform you're in. Click one of those links, drop a few into the toe, and boy, do we really appreciate it. We like to be at $200 by 8 o'clock. We're at 260. Let's see if we can get it done. All right, I'm sorry. They were fighting over DOGE over on CNN. Let's finish that one up, and hopefully you guys feel like donating to the program.
Because
Are
we're
you
talking
alleging
about,
that someone has died from this?
we don't know. I'm talking about when the rubber meets the road. I'm talking about, for example, Kansas City, 30,000 government employees might be laid off. It will destroy.
See, now I'm hard. You know, this whole thing where they're trying to get us to feel bad for people who have been living, high on the hog, fat on our dollar. And they're thinking we're going to be worried about it. They'll figure it out. They'll land on their feet. They'll find a gig. They've got a shitload of experience in bureaucracy. They'll find an office job somewhere. Jesus. It's amazing how irrelevant Democrats are becoming. That's the scariest part for them, is that they're not even part of the conversation. They don't even have any input other than wah, no.
Destroy the economy of Kansas City. That's okay.
Why do you say that?
Because I'm reading what the individuals from Kansas City have been.
Because she's hysterical. Of course, the people who are in federal government don't want federal government to be cut. They've got a gravy train going. She's like, I'm just quoting the people who are about to be cut from the federal government. Well, what do you think they're going to say? Oh, no, it'll be fine and we'll be great. We're going to be crushing it. We never even needed this job in the first place. Of course they're going to say that it's going to destroy the city.
Been saying that they're very concerned.
What do you think they're going to say when they're going to get whacked?
Of course they're going to say that. But my point is, do we think that's smart to live in an American city just go under?
How many American cities need a massively oversized federal government to stay afloat? I mean, isn't that says more about the city than the government?
But when did we get to the point where presidents are measuring themselves by how many people they put out of work instead of how many people they get jobs for?
Not a moment too soon.
Yeah,
this
is crazy.
I love that. I love that all of these people. Hold on, I got a little. There we go. I had a little balance issue that was bugging the shit out of me. I love that all these Democrats have all of their objections, and I love that Republicans and righties are finally standing up for their principles. It took them long enough, and they're just going, yeah, great, not a moment too soon. These people, you're cutting their jobs. Oh, I've been waiting.
This is absolutely
because the government only ever gets
big
bigger,
fat
never
chickens.
smaller.
Hopefully they lay some eggs, and maybe then we can afford.
Oh, see, he's wheeling back to the chickens thing. You see, maybe then if the chickens lay some eggs, we can afford the eggs because, hey, I have an idea. Maybe if you guys stopped killing all the chickens, we can have some eggs. That would be good. Fauci's Pangolin with $5 says he trolled, she got owned. Yeah, that's one of those clips where you almost feel bad for the person getting trolled, You're watching it and you're almost like, oh, God, don't. Like you're giving him exactly what he wants. This is going to end so badly for you. Don't give in. Don't do it. Yeah, here we go. Here's another person texting in. Laid off from a DOGE cut, learn to code. Isn't that what they told all the conservatives and all the working class people who got laid off from manufacturing jobs and shit under Obama? They were like, yeah, learn to code then, why don't you? All right, well, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Maybe if that goose laid some eggs, we'd be able to Maybe if the last president wouldn't have ordered a holocaust of chickens, we wouldn't have seen the hike in eggs. Bapa Shab says, I know Kevin O'Leary isn't a Canadian guy with Irish ancestry, but he makes my Jew radar go off? No. O'Leary? O'Leary's got that kind of goy business sensibility, that kind of brazen, brash. Rah, rah. Jewish business people they're not as braggadocious as like Catholic or Protestant businessmen. Catholic and Protestant businessmen, they invented swagger. They invented their, you see, we're going to... Jewish people have always been more like, I just want to sit at my desk. I want to do my work. I want to get this paperwork all cleared out, and then I'm going to go home. Gewalt, I don't want to brag about myself. I don't need to be seen. I look like a schlemiel. It's the Protestants and the Catholics that were like, we're going to take that fucking bank over across the street. We're going to put it in our portfolio. We're going to show them how to do business. If they don't want to merge, we'll put them under. Kevin O'Leary's definitely got that braggadocious thing going on. Sam Show says, Aaron, you do that too well. You know what, Sam Show? I apologize. I hope I'm not giving too much away. Uh-oh. Sam Show just said he's putting me in the boxcar. Well, shit. We've had a good run, guys. Hey, Sam Show, can you give me another 2 hours to raise $250 so I can have a perfect week? I'd hate to get in the boxcar before I get my perfect week. I'd really like to get my perfect week and be happy about that and go into Rumble Friday feeling good. Can we do that first? Guys, Sam Show could be taking me out of here at any minute, so I am feeling a little bit of urgency here. Throw in on PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, Rumble Rants. $255 away from today's goal. I don't know how much longer they're going to let me be here today. So please contribute and be generous. We would appreciate it. All right, on to the next thing. What is this? Okay, naturalnews.com is horseshit, right? Like, this is not a real thing. Dead humans liquefied, then fed back to the population via fertilizer on crops. This isn't true. This is the plot to the War of the Worlds movie. Back in 2019, human composting was legalized in the state of Washington. We're not talking about gelatin here, where the warped American food industry were doing. Okay, there's a lot of, I hate this. I fucking hate when people like I get a link and it's like this guy just, opinion. Tell me about the fucking thing that you're writing the article on, dickhead. I might just skip this one. I'm just skipping through and he's being fucking smug. I don't like it. Coroners and I'm down to like paragraph 5 before he gets to fucking anything. Coroners and embalmers are blowing the whistle on one of the grossest atrocities now happening to American food, water, and cheap supplements. Alkaline hydrolysis, also called liquid cremation, is the process of decomposing a human body using ultra-hot water and a strong base solution. Mainstream media claims there's no human DNA, flesh, or pathogens left after the big meltdown. But then who believes anything big food claims anymore? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, if this guy's going to have a fucking thing every time he tries to tell us what's going on, I'm just going to skip it. So, okay, this is a thing. Human composting is a thing, though, where they feed you back to the earth. I mean, no thanks, I guess, would be my take on the whole thing. But, like, why? That's some hippie shit, right? I suppose, if it's, I suppose if it's like consensual, if the person's like, yeah, when I die, just melt me down and fertilize crops. I mean, I'll be honest. Some people might be disgusted to find out that their crops have been fertilized by human liquid cremation. But I'm going to be completely straight with you. As long as you just don't tell me, I don't care. As long as you just don't tell me what's going on, I'll probably be fine with it. Yeah, see, people in the chat are saying that's fucked up. Whatever. I don't know. Just if you're fertilizing the crops, just don't tell me you did it with people. And don't melt down people who don't want to be melted down. Don't melt down bodies that wanted to be, kept as ashes for their family to be passed down generation to generation. Don't do that. But if some hippie's like, I just want to be reclaimed by the earth, whatever. I don't give a shit. I don't have time to police hippie corpses. Trucker 18-wheeler with 199 says Mark Cuban is a Jew, not Kevin O'Leary. I mean, I didn't think it was important today, but yet here we are. My audience never fails to amaze me. We are 255 away, though, guys, and we are falling behind for the day, so I would appreciate it if you rallied up and helped get us back on track. That would be really, really nice. I would appreciate it. I'm nervous today because we're so close, and I just want to knock it out. So let's get this, let's get rid of him. Every day we talk about this. Let's get rid of asking for money me. That he's totally up to you. I have no control over how much I do this. You do. Get the number down. I don't have to worry about it. These shows have been so much better. The last 2 weeks that we've been on YouTube, they've been pretty perfect, and they're a lot better when we're not doing this part. You can't argue that. So everybody, it doesn't take much. Everybody just throw in 5 or 10. You got 5 or 10. Everybody can throw it in. This thing will be done in 15 minutes. What do you say? Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I mean, if you can't be bothered to throw your hard-earned money at the show, I understand that. Come on, fuck it. Click the thumbs up, at least. Throw the thumbs up. Follow the channel. Subscribe to the channel. By the way, I have this whole file of old Steel Toe Radio best of bits. That's another thing we should do for members only. You become a member of the Steel Toe channel on YouTube. I'm going to start clipping those together as well and putting those up. What do you say? Go ahead, throw in. I want to get this. I want to be perfect this week. Megyn Kelly is just jumping right into it again. She's going off on the, what's her name? Ashley St. Clair. This is still a story this week. I don't know if you know this, but Ashley St. Clair, the influencer, she's been on Fox News. She's, I don't know. I think a conservative grifter. I don't think she's necessarily like, yeah, I'm, MAGA till I die. I think she's just a cute chick who knows that if you're a cute chick and you say Republican shit and put on black rim glasses, guys will be like, I'll give you money. She had a baby with Elon Musk, and I'll be honest with you, it's mostly fat-looking, miserable guys who have, just jumped on her and like, yeah, fucking hell. You think you're Miss Independent? You're Miss, women are powerful, and then you just spread your legs for a billionaire? Shut the fuck up. I was so embarrassed by dudes and their response to this story. It's like, who made you a Jewish yenta? Who made you a little hen just looking and picking and She's not Bonnie Blue, for God's sake. She's not spreading for 1,000 guys and doing pick-me shit. As a matter of fact, she tried to keep the Elon Musk thing private. But then she kind of got threatened, and people were like, it's going to come out, or don't you dare, blah, blah, blah. So she had to come out. I know what that's like. I had to do the same thing. There was a lot of private shit about me, but I got threatened by multiple people. Like, you better not. Oh, you'd be pretty bad if this person found out or that person found out. You better fucking kill yourself. Like, all this shit I was getting. You better sign fucking NDA. I could make things really difficult for you, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you know what? With this level of threats, I understand Ashley St. Clair. I did the same thing. People were threatening me. So I went, you know what? I'm just going to tell my story. Because it seems like I'm going to have this hung over my head. I'm going to be threatened with this could be the rest of my life. I don't know. And anytime you're being blackmailed or threatened, the best thing to do, put the gun to your head, admit what you did, whatever. And that's what I did. I made a lot of people mad. They're still seething about it to this day. But Ashley St. Clair thought that the Elon Musk thing was going to get out. And she's like, well, better the world hear it from me than hear it from a tabloid or hear it from some fucking thing, or God forbid somebody threatens to hurt me or hold something over my head. I'll just come out with it. So then she did, and now it's kind of public that her and Elon haven't made an agreement on how Elon Musk is going to take care of her baby, and, he tends to be pretty busy these days, and this is kind of the last thing he needed. Something tells me that, a liberal media source was going to leak this story, because they wanted to embarrass Elon Musk and distract him from the DOGE stuff. And they maybe went to her about it. And so then she went, oh, shit, no, I got it. You know what? I got to tell everyone then if they're going to come out. I think this was supposed to be a bash Elon thing, distract Elon from DOGE and all that. And instead, Ashley St. Clair went out and took the brunt of it. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1.99. Says, you're the one that made me able to sniff Jew out. Don't blame me for your, now I'm responsible? I can't believe it. All right, well, we watched this Megyn Kelly clip. Would you guys do me a favor and knock that $255 goal down? It's the last one of the week, and I'd really appreciate it. I really don't want to wait until the end of today's show. It'll make me all kinds of fucking nervous, and you'll make fun of me for being a begging piece of shit. People will call me pathetic, tell me to get a job. You're an asshole. You're a piece of shit. And while I don't mind, it's just, today's a happy day, and it's been a great show, and we have been fucking killing it for you. Consider contributing, keeping gas in the tank, if you will. That $255, that's what we need to stay alive. That's it. We don't take any dimes more than what we need from you. So here's Megyn Kelly. She's decided to weigh in on the Ashley St. Clair thing. I think she's being really unfair because we're not talking about somebody gold digging some guy and being with him forever. We're talking about a guy who really wants to have sex with you. And he's got literally hundreds of billions of dollars. And he says, I've got this weird thing. I've got like 12 kids already. I like planting babies and bitches, and I like spreading my seed. I'll make sure that you or the baby never have to work again, always taken care of, and you'll get to have a baby, and money will be no object. I mean, if someone's going to say yes to that deal, does that hurt anyone? I will say this, it might make it more difficult to have a relationship long term because that guy's going to have to constantly play this second fiddle to Elon Musk. And that's kind of weird, but any criticism I could have of Ashley St. Clair is really pretty mild, and it feels like as long as the kid's taken care of, it's none of my fucking business. Which, all the criticism people were giving Ashley St. Clair felt like projection. It felt like people were unleashing a lot of their own rage at her because it didn't seem like it was that big of a deal or any of our business, to be quite fair.
This woman is accusing Elon of impregnating her and not, I guess, negotiating with her on the care of the child, or at least not to the point where she's happy with the negotiation. She's upset about the privacy, that the tabloid's coming, and the next day, after the tweet hits, she poses for a full spread in the New York Post in like her sexy wear, the pictures of her.
Oh.
Yeah, like she's wearing a corset.
Okay.
And she's
doing the Lauren Sanchez thing. Well, in fairness, that's what she does. That's kind of her thing. She's like, I'm hot. Aren't I just hot? Sex, sex, sex. Aren't you just want to sexing with me? Oh my God, I'm hot. But she's one of those girls who, if you point that out, she'd be like, how dare you? How dare you say that's what I do? It's like, well, come on. Let's not play this game. Like, I'm not saying Ashley St. Clair is fucking Mother Teresa. She's probably not as racist. But I'm not saying she's like a symbol of nobility. I'm just saying I don't think Ashley St. Clair is worthy of your eternal scorn, is all I'm saying. Like, she is what she is.
Her in this like swanky New York apartment, which is described as like lavish. Here she is with the floor to ceiling windows and the great views. And I all I can think as I look at this is your life is the way it is because you decided it would be.
But is she saying it isn't? I guess, there's a possibility that I'm missing something here. And maybe when I go to the chat and you guys throw in a few bucks and tell me what the deal is here, maybe I'll get it. But I don't think she's saying she isn't. Again, it's one thing for her to go out and advertise this. It's one thing for her to go out and spill the beans and just randomly, blah. But she was kind of forced to. She was put in that position by threats, by insinuations. Like I said, I was in the same position where people were threatening me. People were making insinuations that they were going to, I could, go to your ex-wife. I could go to your family members. This and that. And I'm like, well, I better fucking say something then. I'm going to make you sign an NDA and you're going to shut the fuck up forever and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, I guess I got to, the only way I can get these threats to stop is, hey guys, here's what I did. Here's the fuck up that I am. I'm really sorry if I let anybody down.
Because of your choices, madam. Like you set it up this way. I posted on Twitter. You can have a swanky New York apartment. You could earn money and actually wind up renting one yourself. You could also find a man who wants to marry you and raise children with you.
Yes. I'm not disagreeing with Megyn Kelly. What I'm disagreeing with is, why the hostility? Why the scorn? Again, she's not Bonnie Blue. She's not Lily Phillips. She's not contributing to the downfall of America as far as I can see. She did this thing. It was exposed, and she decided to own it. She didn't do anything illegal or scandalous or anything. She had a baby out of wedlock with a guy who really doesn't have much intention of raising the thing. But
and who won't have other women in his life at the same time. All of this is available to you. Not just her, but any woman. You do not have to make a choice where you try to bang the billionaire to get his baby so that he'll put you up in some lavish New York City apartment and take care of you for the rest of his life and then be shocked.
Well, now, wait a minute. I think she makes her own money too, though. Small potatoes. I get it. But, like, I don't know. Like, again, maybe someone will convince me. That's why I like interacting with my audience. Maybe someone will convince me that she deserves this ire, she deserves this scorn. But I don't think so. And I also have to say, like, she's being singled out, but I don't know how many women wouldn't have Elon Musk's baby if there was a dollar sign attached. And I'm not saying that makes you moral. Again, I'm not saying she's a saint. She's far from it. But at the same time, I'm having a hard time judging her because I can see how she got from point A to point B and thought it would be okay.
Shocked when he doesn't actually want to have a relationship with you. And
that's not what. No, whoa. Megyn Kelly's being kind of a bitch here. She's not complaining that he doesn't want to have a relationship. That was implied. She wants to work out a deal because he said he'd take care of the kid. That's all she's asking about.
And the only way you can maybe get...
And she's being harassed and threatened.
...him to respond to you is via tweet. I'm sorry, but again, you made choices. They were very bad ones. And these are the consequences of...
Okay, fair enough. But like, and I do agree with her on the Twitter thing. Like, stop trying to publicly get a hold of Elon via tweet. There are private channels that you can go through to talk to this guy. That was a little pick me. I get that. Trucker 18-wheeler with $4.99 says, don't blame us for Vadam. Turn blame yourself, but he's good now. We're still fighting for the soul of Vadam, if I'm being quite honest. We're still fighting for the soul of Vadam. Trampling at the zoo. I can't say for sure. That's something that they would have to answer. Trampling at the zoo also says, hell, I'd fuck him. I don't want to have to go through the impregnation process, trampling at the zoo, but unless you're female and I'm getting this wrong, you'd just be getting butt fucked by Elon Musk. Like, I don't think there would be any financial incentive to do so. I mean, unless your bussy is like really nice. I'm not really sure. McBuster, Bappa Chob says too late. Oh, damn it. McBuster says no billionaire wants to impregnate Megyn. Bitches are jealous of each other. Aaron is a Karen. Wait, how am I a Karen? I'm being the opposite of a Karen. I'm saying that I don't really care what this woman decided to do with Elon Musk, and if they agreed to work out a deal, then they should work out a deal. I think that's fine. I do think it's a little weird that she took to Twitter about it. But again, I mean, it sounds like somebody was going to tell the story or it was going to get out somehow, and she wanted to be the one. All right. Now, look, the hypotheticals in the chat are getting really, really weird. You know what? It's time to stop now, Mac. We gotta move on. It's getting strange. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1.99 says Aaron wants Elon's semen. It's not true. It's just simply not true. 250 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Throw a couple bucks behind these chats. We're almost there. It's almost a perfect week. I hate bugging you. I hate begging you. I don't like getting to that part, but it's almost 8:30, and we were behind at 8 o'clock, and as each minute ticks by, we fall further behind, and I panic more and more. And like I said, it's the last day, and we've knocked them all out, and I really want to hit it. So be generous. Don't do the last minute thing because I'm going to fucking lose it. 250 away from today. Throw us a couple of bucks. I would appreciate it. What's it going to take? Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Come on, boys and girls. Throw a couple bucks at your boy. All of you. We just wait for one person to do the whole thing. It doesn't cost you very much to throw a little, and all of you do it. I do this every day. I know I do this every day, and I've been doing it every day for 3 years. Small price to pay to be able to do for about 10 minutes worth of asking to do 4 hours and 20 minutes of show for you. I'm willing to make that trade. I'm happy making that trade. But I just, you always get there anyway. Let's just do it now instead of doing it later. I don't understand it. Couple of bucks. Let's do it. Ramp Tramp says flop sweat fun. It leads to a worse show for you. That's the only thing. We do have some breaking news this morning. This was just after midnight last night. A scheduled purge of thousands of IRS employees is going to begin today and could disrupt tax filing season. You know who reported that? Politico. You know what we found out about Politico? That they got $8 million from U.S. aid. So the whole Politico is reporting. I mean, that doesn't hold as much weight as it used to, in my opinion. Politico's reporting that all this government stuff would be really bad for the country. Oh, really? How do you know that? Well, because we'd lose out on $8 million mostly. Though it could potentially disrupt tax filing season. And yeah, by the way, no American is going to be upset about that. No American citizen is going to be upset that tax filing season might get disrupted. A few people have to wait a little bit longer for a refund, and we get to burn down the IRS. I'd make that deal. Shannon Ellis, a local union official. Oh, no, we're upsetting the public sector union officials, guys. Said in a video message that an indeterminate number of newer hires at the agency's Kansas City facility will be let go. Layoffs are also expected at other IRS facilities. What do we have here? Uh-oh. Oh, God. I don't even know who that is. Some celebrity or porn star or something. Somebody was commenting on, somebody sent a text on that Bonnie Blue story, and they go, these are the worst fake tits of all time. It was a couple of porn chicks. They were bad. They were bad. The layoffs are part of a broader Trump administration initiative to shrink the overall federal workforce by shedding new hires across agencies who enjoy fewer workplace protections. This will come as Americans begin filing their taxes for calendar year 2024, beginning last month and lasting until April 15th. The IRS is especially vulnerable to the initiative because it has been on a hiring binge in recent years as part of a sweeping effort to improve services at the agency. Isn't it amazing how they put that? Because they want you to keep feeling bad for the IRS. They want you to keep feeling bad for all of these employees. So they go, oh, man, they're cutting all these jobs at the IRS, just after they went on a hiring binge, which, by the way, hiring binge translates into spent a shitload of our money. After they just went on a hiring binge to improve services at the agency. Guys, they just wanted the IRS to be able to better serve you. By digging as deep as they can into your finances and finding something from 4 years ago that you missed, and then charging you 4 years worth of penalties and interest, and then sending you a bill for it. Improving services. The way that Politico spins this, boy, you can tell they want that $8 million back. Oh, boy. The IRS is especially vulnerable since they went on a hiring binge as part of a sweeping effort to improve services at the agency. Between 2021 and 2024, the workforce increased by 1/4 to more than 100,000 employees. Okay, what's the average salary at the IRS? Should we pull this out? No, fuck that. Let's look it up. Average IRS salary. $61,000 per year. $61,000. $6 billion. $6 billion in spending. on IRS employees. Strangle it. Fire as many as you possibly can. But please, if I may. Now, getting rid of newer employees could hit the agency especially hard because it has long been plagued with high attrition rates and has a disproportionately older workforce. You understand that if you ask the American people what's the most anti-you evil organization in the government, 90% would argue the IRS. Like this white, I don't know why the media keeps trying to play this one, the strategy of white knight for the IRS. I got news for you. It ain't a winning play. Trucker 18 Wheeler with 199 says, I came just now. Boy. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle with a $1.99 says, R.I.P. Will Hendry. R.I.P. Will Hendry. Thank you for the 199. Let's go to PayPal. Thank you guys very much for answering the call. Fuck you, dude, with $15 says, let's go, you pores. Guys, Fuck You Dude has funded this show this week to the tune of $300 fucking dollars. I think we can throw in $10 and help out Fuck You Dude. Thank you very much, my man. That puts us $235 away from a perfect week. Also, oh my goodness, Jessica with $50.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Every time. $50 from Jessica, $190 away from banging out today's goal and going perfect. Guys, we are almost back to on track. You see that? A 15, a 50. Now everybody with 5 or 10. Couple of 199s. Everybody with 5 or 10. And we've got this thing knocked out. 190 away from perfection this week. Let's do it. Piss on that last 5-minute thing. Let's do this. Click the links in the chat. I don't know how many of the Vikings fans in the audience remember this fellow, but we had a punter who was an absolute cunt. His name was Chris Kluwe. Chris Kluwe really thought highly of his intellect. He really, to me, Chris Kluwe is a product of like the Keith Olbermann MSNBC liberal era, where he just thought he was so goddamn clever and like the smartest guy. Like Chris Kluwe was the dork on the football team who's like, I'll show all these jocks. You know, he was just a nerdy punter. And he's like, I'll show all these jocks. I'm a lot smarter than them. They're all stupid. You know, he was kind of the insecure nerd. So politics became his thing. And while he was punting for the Vikings, he wrote this big thing for Deadspin where he, you know, wrote about some Maryland law about gay marriage. And he's writing about the guy who proposed it. He's like, Mr. Fuck Twat McTwat Waffle. Aren't I like a smart, witty guy? It's like, no, you're a douche. He wrote a big, long, douchey liberal screed about gays and all that. And then the Minnesota Vikings were like, hey, Chris, you want to do me a favor and shut the fuck up? You're a punter. Our punter should not be making waves. This would be like if your third string quarterback started, I don't know, kneeling during the national anthem. And you were like, you're more trouble than you're worth, dude. Get the fuck out of here. So Chris Kluwe was that. So then when the Vikings cut him loose, and by the way, the Vikings didn't cut him loose because he was writing articles and being political. The Vikings cut him loose because he was like 20th in the league in punting. He was not good. He was just below mediocre. And if you're a mediocre punter and you're making waves, yeah, you can get the fuck out. So then Chris Kluwe, being the oh-so-good, moral, upstanding, progressive man that he is, when he got fired, instead of taking his lumps like a man, he went instead and like tattled on our special teams coach, Mike Prefer. He was like, yeah, you know, sometimes Mike Prefer, like, by the way, he didn't have any audio of this, didn't have any proof of this, but he goes, you know, Mike Prefer used to say that it would be best if we put all the gays on an island and nuked them. You know, Mike Prefer said really mean things about gay stuff, you guys. Like, it had nothing to do with football. It was just a bitter ex. It was just a bitter little twat who decided that he was gonna get one over on his old team. And well, anyway, Chris Kluwe was back in action. He was I don't even remember what state this is. I don't even remember what town. But Chris Kluwe, Huntington Beach, California. Of course, he lives there. He's right at home. He went to the city council meeting and he decided to speak on how evil Trump is. You know, he was just having one of those days. He didn't have anyone to talk to. And the city council was in session. And he goes, I think I'll just go down there and bitch about Trump for a while. And bitch, he did. He's trying to kill trans people. He's trying to, this, that, and the other thing. Let's see how it ended for former Vikings punter Chris Kluwe. Let's check in on him and see if he's as insufferable as always.
Unfortunately, it's clear that this council does not listen, so instead I'm going to take my time to say what MAGA has stood for these past 3 weeks. MAGA stands for trying to erase trans people from existence.
Somebody has to, again, I've been hearing this for years. Someone has to explain this to me. How? Erase trans people from existence? I don't mean to say that they're not that important, but nobody's trying to do that. It's just not a thing.
MAGA stands for resegregation and racism. MAGA stands for censorship and book bans. MAGA stands for firing air traffic controllers while planes are crashing.
Wait a minute. Let me ask you something. What books are they banning? Are they banning books? Is this true? Are they stopping books from being published? Are they stopping Amazon from selling certain books? Are they stopping libraries from having certain books? Now, if you're talking about not allowing certain inappropriate books in children's libraries, well, that's always been a thing. I'm sorry. If you're talking about not letting age inappropriate books in front of children, that's something we've all kind of agreed is okay.
MAGA stands for firing the people overseeing our nuclear arsenal.
Nuclear. It's not difficult, dickhead.
MAGA stands for firing military veterans and those serving them at the VA, including canceling research on veteran suicide. MAGA stands for cutting funds to education, including for disabled children. MAGA is profoundly corrupt, unmistakably anti...
Guys, I don't know if you know this, but there's a new rule. It starts next school year, that if a kid comes to school in a wheelchair, we have to dump them out on the bottom of the steps and make them crawl up because the Trump administration believes that crippled children are just weak and need to be challenged. So I learned that from Chris Kluwe.
Democracy, and most importantly, MAGA is explicitly a Nazi movement.
You hear that, guys? Explicitly a Nazi movement. Holy shit, some of you have been promoted.
I've replaced a swastika with a red hat, but that is what it is. I will now engage in the time-honored American tradition of peaceful civil disobedience.
Oh, God. What an asshole. What a total douchebag. Announcing, I'm going to now take part in the time-honored tradition of civil disobedience. And then he goes up and walks towards the city council because he knows that'll get him arrested. What a fucking douchebag. And why? Because you're mad at who won the presidency. You're mad at who the American people voted for. This is what I mean about Chris Kluwe. This is how he always was when he was the Vikings punter. He had to make a show of everything he did. It wasn't enough that he just had an opinion or he voiced a progressive. He had to show off. He had to light off fireworks, make sure you knew he was there. This insecure, pampered retard.
Get the heck. Get out.
Yeah, and then he's being carried out.
And I just want to say thank you.
Sorry, that's a weird juxtaposition. So yeah, they carried him out because that's what he wanted. He wanted a clip of him being carried out. Look at what a martyr I am. He is just... I'll say this about Chris Kluwe. And always has been, by the way, remarkably easy to hate. Remarkably easy to hate. It's never been difficult since he was here. 190 away from today's goal. Hey, boys and girls, do us a favor. We had a little rally there of about 65. Let's do that a couple more times. Let's hammer this out. It's Perfect Week Thursday. We're only 190 away from a perfect week. Let's get to 100 by 9 o'clock, and let's go crazy as though Chris Kluwe were getting carried out of a city council meeting. Yeah, Fauci's pangolin, he's so brave. That's what he wants. Like, when he does that, that's what he's thinking everybody's reaction is going to be. Oh, that Chris Kluwe is just such a brave guy. He has no equal, no peer in his bravery. Just what a fella. It's honestly what he thinks they're going to say instead of, would somebody get this fucking douchebag off the mic? Honestly. Hey, guys, this is interesting. You know, we were just talking about the IRS. What do you know? Pete Hegseth got hit with a last-minute Biden administration IRS audit. Weird, right? Strange how that works. Pete Hegseth, the controversial decision for defense secretary, at the end of the Biden administration, they decided to audit the guy. Boy, you know, for a president that was all about democracy, for a guy who was all about, like, you know, Trump's this evil guy, he's a terrible dude. You know, this Joe Biden certainly did do a lot of fuck you America moves on his way out, murdering 150 million chickens, fucking up the egg prices, selling that border wall for pennies on the dollar because he's a dick, and then going, hey, you see my political opponents? Since I couldn't put them in prison, I'm going to audit the shit out of them. I mean, do as I say, not as I do, I guess. Donald Trump is going to try and put his political opponents in jail. You know, like Joe Biden tried to do. Donald Trump is going to have an enemies list, and he's going to punish them. Here's an audit, Mr. Hegseth. Donald Trump will spite his enemies, even if it means hurting this country. Cut all those fucking egg-laying hens' heads off. That'll do it. Donald Trump doesn't care about America. Hey, sell that border wall at a loss. I mean, hey, Joe, how do you know Trump's going to fuck the country? I know from experience, dude. Aaron Tranny Attraction with 199 says Chris Kluwe is fruitier than your favorite type of women. It was one lady, and she had a beautiful midriff, and she said she was part of a group called Trans Man Utah. It means nothing, Aaron Tranny Attraction. Mussolini Diff with $5 says anti-trans means people being against children being trans, and that's it. Oh, is that what it is? I'm glad I know this. I'm glad I know this now. 185 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. I appreciate your contributions. Oh, man. 185 away from today. Keep it going, boys and girls. Let's do this. We're very, very close to having a perfect week. Little PayPal, little Venmo, little Streamlabs, little something. I'm starting to be able to smell it at 185. It gets under 150. I'm going to start to be able to taste it. But if you guys can get it under 100, I'm going to be like JoJo, the happy Indian circus boy. In fact, if you get it under 100 in the next 20 minutes, I'm going to be happier than a pig in shit. Or if you prefer me miserable, I'm going to be so sad. So sad that any of this would happen to me. How dare you? Go ahead and click one of the links, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and so much more. Let's open up our 8 o'clock hour stories here for today. Remember, tomorrow is Rumble Link Friday. I can't wait to see what Vidam's got for us tomorrow. We are continuing our coverage for the soul of Vidam, and you know, last week it was a little iffy. It was a little, up and down. Is he a Nazi? Is he not a Nazi? Did the audience turn him? Do I still have control of my boy's soul, or have you all, blackened him to the point of no return? It's hard to tell, but I think we're going to find out tomorrow during Rumble Link Friday, so be sure to tune in for that one. But right now, 185 away from today's goal. Let's hammer it out. You know, I'm having this issue. I don't know if you've seen me picking at it or playing with it today. Not my dick. Do you ever get these? I've got like a weird, where is it? It's right here. Like I've got a zit coming in on my elbow. And I'm sorry, it's winter and it's dry in Minnesota. My elbows are ridiculously dry right now. I mean, Jesus, I could chalk a pool cue with my elbows. But I've got a zit coming in like right there. And anytime I put any pressure on my elbow, it stings. Like I put it on the table like this. I just want to take my elbow and I want to squeeze that part of my elbow and I want whatever's in there to come out. But it's really fucking annoying. You ever get those? I don't want to be a weirdo with elbow zits. I don't want to be the only person. But, yeah, I've got elbow zit, and it's not ready yet. Elbow zit that's not ready. And somebody says it's AIDS. I didn't know that. I didn't know that it was AIDS. That's it's actually unfortunate to read about. Some people saying it's herpes. Turd Burglar says infected hair follicle. I don't know. I'm not sure. Chevy Fan says elbow zits are HIV symptoms. Oh no, I didn't know that. Turd Burglar goes, hopefully it turns into MRSA. Oh, I hope not. Because now, like, when I do bag work now, I do 3-minute bag rounds and then I do 1-minute planks in between each round. And so I've been putting my arms down on the mat, and, you know, sometimes people they catch shit from mats and things like that. So maybe that, Papa Shab says, nice wart, Gav. It's not a wart. Guy Sartell says it's a cancer cyst. It's not a tumor. I guarantee you, it's just a little thing right there. And when I touch it or when I press my elbow on a surface, it hurts. And I just like to get rid of it. Brett Mack says proper bathing can solve this. I bathe regularly. Not only did I take a shower last night, but while I was in there, I took a scrub brush and soap and I cleaned my entire shower. That's a good feeling to get in there and just clean your shower. My shower is spotless. You could eat off the damn thing. I promise you. Don't try, but you could. All right, guys, let's rally up. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's get this 185 knocked out. It's bothering me. It's pesky. It's the last one of the week, and we've had a perfect week so far, and I'd like to get the rest of the way there. Let's keep going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Oh, there we go. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Thank you very much, Steve, for the $20.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
All right, few more of those, guys. There it is. There it is. I'm starting to, the smell is entering the room. I can smell it. Let's keep those going. Just a few more. 165 away from today's goal. Like I said, we get to 100 by the end of the hour. We are looking superb. Thank you very much, Steve, for the 20. If we got more people throwing that in, I'm a happy guy. Baltimore company, this is odd. We're fucking around with booze too much. Like, aren't we good? Like, aren't we fine with booze? Like, don't we have enough variety? Don't we have enough things? Do we need to keep... I don't know if, like, continuing to dick around with things and evolve is the best idea. Like, remember when we combined peanut butter and jelly in one jar? I really thought we should have stopped there. I really don't think marshmallow fluff is a necessity either. But then we have, like, you know, that line of, like, combination condiments in a squeeze bottle. I thought that was an abomination under God. You know, mayo chup. What are they? There's a whole line that they have. Line of combined condiments. Yeah, Heinz does it. All 14 of their sauces. Here. Every single sauce. I want to see what all the combinations are. What they have a wasabi-oli, which is wasabi and garlic aioli. It's not necessary. Just buy one of each and put them in a thing. Yeah, new hybrid condiments. Mayo Q, mayonnaise and barbecue sauce. Mayo must. That just sounds disgusting. Mayonnaise and mustard. You know, we shouldn't make it so easy for people to be creeps. Like, make these weirdos squeeze the bottles individually. Don't put it into one thing. Well, we want the gold, sucker. I'm still not improving on that. Well, the newest thing they're doing now is combining alcohol with, like, shit people use to recover from drinking too much. I hate it. It's really stupid. They have vodka. It's called Litos. It's electrolyte enhanced vodka. Guys, stop. We don't need to do this. Like, hey, we've got booze that also has electrolyte. Like, they're going to pitch this as, like, the hangover won't be as bad. As though, like, if you house a bottle of vodka in a night, those electrolytes are going to make sure you don't feel like shit in the morning. Stop. Drink your vodka, have a Pedialyte before bed, have one when you wake up in the morning. Let's gut through these hangovers like adults. Come on. A Maryland-based vodka company spearheaded by a Towson University alumni received a patent for a vodka containing electrolytes. Litos, which launched in November of 2020, was founded by Billy Fanshaw. It specializes in gluten-free spirits and offers alternatives to common drinks found in bars. Electrolyte-enhanced vodka. Nobody's ever gone, oh man, I would go out drinking tonight, but I'm just worried I won't have enough access to electrolytes. Come on. When it came to booze, I thought we went overboard with Four Loko. You know, when they decided to make a drink, they went, hey, do you want to catch a good buzz and then fucking go insane? I don't think it's necessary. Like, we can separate our pleasures. We don't have to combine everything into one big bukkake of sin, you know? Like, here, hey, do you like barbecue, you fat fuck? I sure do like barbecue sauce. Do you like mayo? Drink it by the gallon. Why do you ask? Well, we've put it in one jar so you don't have to grab two things at once, you fat fucking twat. I don't think it's good for us. I don't think it's as bad as Bonnie Blue, but I don't think it's good. Hey, do you like vodka? Yeah, I'm a regular alcoholic. I think it's great. Cool. Do you think electrolytes are important? Sure do. Well, why go shopping at two different places? Why not just drink vodka that has electrolytes in it? Oh, you mean the alcohol won't overpower the electrolytes and totally cancel out what I'm trying to do? No, it should be fine. Ugh. It's just not necessary. We didn't need to do this. You can have a drink. You can have a glass of water. Chad Buzamok says, you should like this idea as someone who drinks like a lady. I don't drink like a lady. I just can't drink very much like a man. It's totally different. Totally different. I hope this is another one of those things where, like, if it takes off, I feel like we've lost an important cultural battle. We've lost the battle of, old school drinking. Now everyone's like, I have to be a lot more health conscious when they now have all of these lady drinks now because women found out that they don't like all the carbs in their drinks are making them gain weight and making them a little puffier. So now they've got these super expensive carb-free drinks like carbless and shit like that. And I would like to sit here and I would like to shit on all the carb-free women's drinks, but I have to admit to you guys, those carbless are actually pretty good. I get them, like SP has stopped leaving them here because I'll steal one if I'm drinking. Like, she's like, no, I'm taking these home so I can have all of them. Like, I included a 4-pack of carbless in what I got her for Valentine's Day. I got her a sweet little card. I got her another gift. And then I was like, she likes that carbless. I'll give her a 4-pack of carbless. 4-pack of carbless will last her months and months and months. Unless she leaves them here and I'm drinking and I'll be like, you know what? I don't feel like a beer. I'm feeling a little full right now. Maybe I'll enjoy a carbless. They're not bad. Sometimes I tell you guys stuff And not only do I go, hey, where was I going with that? But I also go, I feel like giving them access to that information is not going to be good for me. So I'm immediately regretting the whole carbless thing right now. Thank you very much to Rebecca for the $10 over on PayPal. Very sweet of you, Rebecca. And Michael with $5 over on PayPal. Thank you, pals. Both of you. That's pals, plural. 150 away from today's goal. All right, now we're getting close. We're 150 away. I'm a bouncing baby boy. I'm bouncing like I'm PPP over here.
Oh, buddy.
150 away. Knock it out. Everybody keep joining in. Rumble or Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, Super Chats. Get it done. We're 150 away from a perfect week here on the toe. Aaron's Dingley thing becoming a member for 33 months. A steel toe, bro, at that. If you up your membership from the second one to the steel toe, bro, the main one, we're going to put a lot of those best of radio clips up for the steel toe bros. So if you feel like upgrading your membership today, thank you very much. I'm going to start putting that stuff up just for the members. Check it out and become one over there on YouTube. I'm also going to find a way to make stuff subscriber only on Rumble as well. I want to read Aaron's Dingley thing that he wrote with his membership renewal, but this fucking message pinned thing, like message pinned is 2 words and YouTube leaves the notification up there for like 15 minutes. Message pinned. No, I've got it. The $150 goal message is pinned to the top of the chat. I've now read it 5,000 times. I just want to read Aaron's Dingley thing's membership renewal. Fuck off, please. Here, I'm going to do this. There, I sent a message of gobbledygook. I've missed the last couple of shows. Did you see Minnesota is violating the 4th Amendment? Supreme Court vehicle interior is a public place if driven on public roads. No, I didn't see that. And I don't know much about it either. Chad Buzamok says, so the members cannot watch clips of the show they've already watched. No, most people have not watched these clips. These are old. But thank you, Chad Buzamok. You're showing once again that you've really you are a good illustration of the lack of innocence and hope and positivity in this world, and your cynical nature continues to rot the world from the inside. I appreciate it. We're going to find a cure. We're going to find a cure for you. I promise, Mr. Buzamok. Thank you very much to Los Federales. Says, talking about mixing things, the album cover for Metallica Load album is Semen and Blood 3 by Andre Serrano. The piece is made by mixing bovine blood and Serrano's semen between 2 sheets of plexiglass. I really did not need to hear. You know what? List of things I did not need to hear. Thank you. Bladcast, thank you very much for the $1.99. I have way more fucking episodes than that. Are you kidding? That's child's play. Child's play. Talk to me when you're steel toe level. Joe Rogan goes after Justin Trudeau. Now, this kind of feels like beating up a cripple. I'm going to be honest. Like, anybody who goes after Justin Trudeau, I like it. Like, I think Justin Trudeau is an absolute asshole, but at the same time, like, he's on his way out. He's done what? He's April or May. He's done with what do you call it? The prime minister there in Canada. So, like, kicking him while he's down on his way out, especially while Donald Trump is calling him Governor Trudeau. Ooh, that's a rough one. But Joe Rogan had, I think this is the Mike Baker episode. I'm actually listening to this one. I like Mike Baker. He's a former CIA agent, pretty sharp dude. I think I'm about an hour into that episode. I have not heard this part yet, but this is Joe Rogan talking Justin Trudeau. Let's take a listen. What's his problem?
It wants to eventually completely and totally control its population because it's way easier for them to make money. And that's what they like to do.
Yeah.
They like to make money. They like to be in bed with the lobbyists and the military-industrial complex and the pharmaceutical-industrial complex, and they like to fucking impose their will on people. And if you can't express yourself and say, hey, this is fucked up, this is crazy, why am I doing this? Like, these studies show that you're not correct. Like, if you can't say all those things, which right now you can't do in Canada, it's not the same.
Yeah, that's a common misconception that Americans have about the rest of the world. Americans don't really understand, some of them don't understand, like how precious freedom of speech is, because we're one of like 2 countries in the world that has freedom of speech enshrined in our founding, like in our legal code. Freedom of speech is in there. You know, people look at what's going on in the UK and in Germany, where people post things online and then the cops show up at their door and raid their house. They look at that and they go, hey, how can they do that? That's a violation of their freedom of speech. Freedom of speech does not exist in UK. It certainly doesn't exist in Germany. Like, you can't say or display anything Nazi in Germany. Like, that fucked them up real bad, and they went, nope, we're not. German people can't handle freedom. We're going to take that away from them. Canada's the same way. Canada's like, hey, if you say something and we just decide we don't like it that day, we can fuck with you. So, you know, that's why I think free speech is something worth fighting for so hard, is because nobody else has it. Like, if we don't obnoxiously and maybe overfight for freedom of speech, if it goes away here, it doesn't exist anymore.
Like, their ability to express themselves on the internet has been severely limited. It's real weird, man. It's real weird, and it's happening right. You could walk there. If you wanted to, you could walk there. And it's fucked. It's like it's on the same patch of land as us, and it's fucked. It just shows.
That's the weird thing. Like, that's what I don't get about eggs either. Like, eggs are really cheap in Canada compared to here. And it's because they didn't murder a bunch of chickens. But yet, like, the reason we murdered them is because we were apparently worried about a bird flu. Well, that bird flu can be in Canada just like it can be here. It's the same landmass. But Canada didn't slaughter a shitload of chickens. They just kept going. Now, if there's a massive avian flu outbreak in Canada, we'll know we did the right thing. But if there isn't, we killed hundreds of millions of chickens for no reason other than to fuck up the economy.
What can happen here if you don't have the right laws? Because people like that fuckhead, Justin, they pretend.
You guys are on first name basis.
Yeah, that
fuckhead. Oh, this isn't the Mike Baker episode, by the way. That fuckhead. You know, it's funny to watch Joe kind of evolve over the years, because he used to like not do that with world leaders. He used to kind of be like, well, you know, I kind of play it in the middle, and, you know, I don't think he does a good job, and I think he's wrong on this. Like, as he gets older, and I don't know, maybe a little more curmudgeonly, or maybe he becomes more stalwart in his views, there's a few more assholes and fuckheads and shitheads and dipshits. Like, he cuts loose a little more.
Pretend
you guys are on first name basis.
Yeah, that cocksucker. They pretend that they're, and I don't talk this way about anybody.
No, I'm really surprised.
I
don't. I love that. It fuckhead, that cocksucker. And by the way, I'm usually a Christian. I don't usually talk this way, but that worthless hunk of monkey shit, fuck him.
Genuinely despise people like that. And I think it's good to say it publicly, because people need to understand like what these people are doing. These people are leading you on the road to legitimate communism. Like he's leading that country on a road to legitimate communism.
I have to ask this question. Is he, I know we have Canadian fans. Is he, or is he just stupid? Is he just a shitty, dumb, egg-headed, spoiled, privileged brat kind of a leader? Because there are people who are secretly taking you down the road to Marxism, like George Soros and other people. Then there's useful idiots who are just really dumb, and they're just doing whatever the people who are truly in charge tell them to do. And I've always put Trudeau more in that category, as like useful idiot, more than like puppet master. I could be wrong. I'll let the Canadians tell me.
It's very dangerous. And I think most Canadians are fed up with it at this point. It's just like the party up there has so much control. And he's been forced to resign, so he's got to step down. And
do you know how bad you have to fuck up to be a lefty in Canada and they want you gone? And this is Canada's big chance, by the way. If Canada screws this up, Because like Chicago does this, Detroit does this, New York, LA, all these liberal cities, states, and countries do this thing where they go, hey, we got to get this guy out of here. We hate him. We've had it. And people are like, oh, so you're going to go more conservative. And they're like, no. We think it's more a personality thing. We're going to keep voting. We're not going to admit we were wrong or that our intellectual concepts and ideas are wrong. We're just going to, this guy's a prick and we're going to get rid of him. Or maybe Canada is going to change shit and they're going to elect somebody truly different. Time will tell.
Just hopefully they don't get some new slick talker to con them into the same old bullshit. Hopefully someone comes along that has like real meaningful change.
That's just it. That's what I've kind of lost hope for, because I've seen it too many times where people just go, like, no, it was just the guy. Like, what was Chicago's one of them. Chicago, they got rid of Lori Lightfoot. And they were like, oh, yeah, Lori Lightfoot, she sucks. She's shitty at her job. And then they elected someone who believes all the same things she does, as if there was something about her personality that somehow was the problem. It can be frustrating. Chad Buzamok says Justin Trudeau is a truly retarded lib fuck. Allegedly. He sits with his legs crossed. He isn't a man. Sitting with your legs crossed it's an odd concept as a man, because in a way you have to sit on your balls. Because to cross your legs, you got to get the leg up and over the shaft and the balls, and you almost have to pin them down. So like in a way, you either have to squish your balls horizontally or you have to like crush them vertically. It's not a comfortable way to sit. Like the best I can do comfortably for crossing the legs is the foot. Oh, I'm wearing shorts today, by the way. What a cutie I am. You put the heel or the ankle on the knee. That's the best I can do for you. Like legit crossing your legs. Again, you gotta cut your balls off to do that, figuratively. Like maybe ankle on knee is not bad, but then again, like why? Why? Buzamok says, or you could have no balls like Trudeau. Oh, well, he said Trudeau, in fairness. Hey, boys and girls, it is 9 o'clock. We're almost there. How about you throw in a little bit, a little 5, a little 10, a little 15, a little 20, and we're $150 away from perfection this week. Perfection. Knocking out every goal within regulation. Throw in a couple. The links are there in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. I'm going to get a fucking needle. And I'm going to lance whatever the fuck this is. I have had it. Yeah, I can't really even see what it is. Whatever it is, I'm probably dying from it. I'm probably going to die. Let's knock out that last 150. Throw us a couple of bucks. We really do appreciate it. Just a little bit makes that number drop down real nice. And hey, we love the Streamlabs. We love the PayPal. We love Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. But anyway, you feel like chipping in. Works for us. CNN had another problem yesterday. They found out that, I think at some point CNN should just probably stop looking at the polls. I don't think it's helping them any. As a matter of fact, I think it's causing them a lot of pain and strife and anguish. And then they have to come up with these really weird excuses, and they have to go like, well, people might. It's weird when they go like, oh, more people like this or more people like this thing that we don't agree with. And then they're like, what if people die from it, huh? It's like CNN has now put themselves in a position where they have to oddly root for death so that they can be right about something. Like they have to be like, oh, yeah, you want to cut, you want DOGE to make more cuts? What if a bunch of people like fucking bleed to death? Wouldn't that be crazy? It's like, you almost sound like you want that. Like, I feel like Democrats are like partially a death cult, especially the far left ones where they're like, man, like they're kind of sick where they'd be like, I don't like what the Republicans are doing. Maybe if a shitload of people die, they'll make them stop. It's like, wait, did I hear you right? Did you just root for a shitload of people to die? No, I'm not saying that I want a shitload of people to die. I'm saying that, if a lot of people did die, that maybe we could get some things changed around here. The fuck is wrong with you? That's kind of like, if you look at a lot of radical lefty ideologies, a lot of it is based around, hey, maybe if there's lots of suffering, we can get our way. And it's like, well, maybe you need to look at your ideas if you have to root for that in order to get what you want. Like, if what you want is dependent on a shitload of people suffering, maybe your thing isn't worth having. No, you don't understand. It's the right thing to do. Well, then why don't we just do it straight away? Oh, because people won't choose it. Well, then maybe it's bad. No. But if we make their life really fucking shitty, then they'll want it. Guys, this sounds like a terrible idea. Well, here's a little infographic they posted on CNN yesterday, and it dawned on the anchor that maybe the electorate has changed in the United States, because for the longest time it was like either even Democrat and Republican, then you had a big chunk of independents in the middle, or there were a few more Democrats than Republicans, and you still had that huge chunk in the middle. Well, guess what, boys and girls?
Donald Trump and the Republican Party has changed the electorate. What do I mean by that? Well, let's take a look at party identification, Democrats versus Republicans. You go back to 2017, 5 points more of the electorate was Democrats than Republicans. You go to 2021 when Joe Biden was starting out, look at that. 6 points more of the electorate was Democrats than Republicans. But look at what's happened in February of 2025. Look at this. Republicans, there are more Republicans in the electorate than there are Democrats.
Now, I would argue that a lot of that is really the Democrats' focus on like the social issues. I think the trans rights stuff, the drag queen story hour, like trying to make that a big thing has turned a lot of people off from their party. Maybe a lot of people who agree with them on like economics and things like that. And there's like, but you guys are going too far with this shit. I think that's what might be causing a lot of it.
Republican plus 2. So Donald Trump and the Republicans have remade the electorate. They've turned some people over from being Democrats or independents to become Republicans. New folks have entered the electorate who are more Republican leaning. And so when you combine that with the fact that Republicans are really, really behind Donald Trump, all of a sudden you get a winning recipe whereby you break the normal rules of politics and give Donald Trump that positive net approval rating when he had pretty much a consistently negative one in term number 1. As I said at the beginning, he's copying Frank Sinatra, doing it
guys, he's being Sinatra. He's doing it my way. Get it? We're doing song analogies here on CNN. Silence Do Good with 149. Thank you very much, buddy. 150 away from knocking it out and having a perfect week this week. Help us do it. We're almost there. Just a few more, and we've got it. I got to clear this up. Boozamak, I've addressed this many times in the past, says Aaron complains about people hate watching, but he also watches CNN or The View constantly. I don't complain about hate watching. I think watching something because you fucking hate it and it makes you mad, I think that's really retarded. And I think it proves that you love that person. You're a big fan of that person. You just can't admit it because you're worried people might not think you're cool. I don't hate watch The View or CNN. I'm honest. I'm honest where these other people aren't honest. I enjoy both of those. I enjoy CNN. I enjoy The View. I genuinely enjoy those clips. I think they're great. I think it's an interesting window into the soul of a certain part of America. I think they say things that just absolutely, I get a kick out of it. I don't think disagreeing should be coupled with hate. I disagree with what The View puts out there on a regular basis. I think it's really stupid, but I think they present it in a way that really entertains the shit out of me. I can't help it. CNN, same thing. They bring like 5 people on, and one of those guys I agree with, and then the other 4 people all yell and scream at that guy and call him names. I think that's great. So no, I think I don't think hate watching is bad. I think hate watching is dishonest. I don't think hate watching exists. If you give someone you know what hate watching is? Hate watching is not watching. If you hate something, you don't watch it. If you watch it and you have to, and it's what we call in the business appointment listening, then that person has you hooked in. You're playing their game. You're in. They've got you. You love it. You like it. You're a fan. Chad Buzamok says, so you're saying you like The View? Did I stutter? Yes. I like The View. I get a fucking kick out of The View. I think it's a blast. I think those ladies are out of their mind, and I think it's great. Why is that weird? You're just used to the... Chad Buzamok, here's the deal. You got too much into the bravado of the internet, and you believe these crazy retards when they say something. They're all deeply flawed, insecure, lying people who can't admit love when they confront it. Mostly because they love a man. Whereas I love a trans man. But no, the person in Utah was a chick. Bapa Shab says, Aaron is a suburban stay-at-home mom. Of course he watches The View constantly. I watch clips, I'll admit. I go on Mediaite, Twitter. They have great View clips. Can I be honest with you? I don't think I have any View clips today, guys. I feel bad. I'm really sorry. But I don't have it. I don't have anything from The View today. Now I'm bummed. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Somebody posted something. Oh, here it is. AI Visionary. Do you guys want to check out this person's channel? This AI Visionary says, it was very interesting. Visit my channel too. I'm waiting for you. AI Visionary, heart, heart, heart. You know, we do this thing on our Rumble chat where, you know, a lot of people, they get like spammed, like people spam their links or spam their channel in the chat. What we like to do here on Steel Toe is when someone spams our chat with their channel, we go and we check it out. I think it's only fair. $5 from Dive Bar says, you owe Stephanie and I a poem and Johnny owes us some blacocks. Thanks. 145 away from today's goal. Guys, go and get it. Come on. Let's do it. Sam Show says, you're like mostly honest, but what you're truly dishonest about isn't what your haters pick up on. Yeah, the haters definitely project their problems onto me. I've noticed that. Sam Show thinks where I'm lying is he thinks I'm a lot more anti-Semitic than I let on. Sam Show thinks I'm playing like a game where I'm like, you're not going to be able to tell how. Sam Show, I'm just not as anti-Semitic as you are. I have my criticisms, certainly, but he thinks I'm lying to him. He's like, Aaron, I know you feel the same way I do deep down. That's what you're being dishonest about. I'm not. I mean it. Let's go check out this AI Visionaries channel. You write in the Steel Toe channel. You spam the Steel Toe channel with your channel. We go and we check it out. AI Visionary. Let's go see what they've got. Why doesn't Rumble let you go right to their channel? This really fucking bugs me. Mute, pin, delete. Come on. Fucking hell. Let me, at AI Visionary. Let's copy that in the Rumble search bar. And let's go that way. Hey, boys and girls. 145 away from today's goal. Throw us a couple of bucks on Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, and Super Chats. It's our last goal of the week. We've banged them all out. Let's have ourselves a perfect week here on Steel Toe. Okay, so let's take a look at AI Visionary's channel. She's got 14 followers on Rumble, and her latest video from 5 days ago is called The Rise and Reign of Iconic Blonde Queens. Oh, my goodness. Is this about gay blonde dudes? All right.
Golden crowns and velvet nights, bodies moving in candlelight.
What the? Why are we being gay? Oh, this is against God. These broads would be burned at the stake for this shit years ago. Oh, we're bathing. She bathes with her tits covered? How are you supposed to get, The nipple area clean. This video is raising more questions than answers. That seems a really impractical outfit for battle. I'm just going to throw it out there. I don't mean to ruin anything for anyone, but that leaves a lot of vitals exposed. Blades, blunt weapons. The armor around the midsection, I get it. The shoulders, great. The tits being out seems vulnerable. Now, what if she has a wardrobe malfunction in the middle of battle? Jesus Christ, guys. I mean, when all these medieval bitches read to each other, they get really close. Oh, now she's bathing in rose water. Tits out again. We are the queens of desire, ruling with hearts of fire. All right, well, that's AI Visionary, who came to the Steel Toe chat and decided to say, hey, check out my channel, see what I've got going on. There you go. Dinkelman says, Aaron, why are you still watching it? Well, they said that we should go watch it. And I said, okay. That's all. Sam Show says those tits are actually funny looking. Yeah, Chad Buzamok says AI ain't all there yet. Yeah, AI needs a little bit of work. Little bit. Yeah, Chips and Diff. I didn't realize they had perfect tits back in medieval times. Yeah, there's no way with where nutrition was back then, you weren't going to find a lot of women with big giant tits back in the medieval days. I'm sorry, it wasn't going to happen. Chad Buzamok says, stand up, Aaron. Bet you're bricked up already. First of all, I'm not. Second of all, if I stand up and I show you, it's a loss either way. You got me to show you, or I have to stand up with a boner and be judged. I lose no matter what. If I stand up and show you and I'm flaccid, then you're going to go, oh, Aaron's gay. He doesn't like chicks. He couldn't even get a boner with the big-titted lady. And then if I stand up and I have a boner, now I'm an exhibitionist. What I'm trying to say, Chad Buzamok, there's no win here. There's no win. 145 away from today's goal. There's a win. 145 and going and achieving perfection today. That's a win. Everybody's been $50 and under today. I love that. Contribute, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, Super Chats, gifted memberships. All the links are right there in the chat. Chad Buzamok says, Aaron, check out my YouTube channel, Chad Buzamok. Well, see, now he's spamming the chat, so I kind of have to. Chad Buzamok. 325 subscribers. All right. No Buzamok, no goal. Oh, this is a lie. Chad Buzamok posted a lie. We've knocked out all our goals this week. This is all Kevin Brennan stuff. And there's a potato and there's I don't know. No, I need better stuff. This, the stuff you're covering, it's dead. That's all dead now. It's kind of done. Everybody's getting blocked on Twitter. The view counts are going down. The drama's kind of dying down. I mean, they're all panicking right now because once all my stuff's over with, they got what are they going to go back to? Yelling at each other all the time? I mean, I'm the Batman to their Joker. Once Batman decides to hang up the cowl, they're toast. I kind of hold their future in my hands. Right. Let's continue on. We did the CNN thing. We got that. How about a little Voldemort Zelensky? How about him? Boy, that guy he has not had a good go of it the last month or so, and you can tell he's starting to break a little bit. when Trump first came in, why this guy came out and said, we have not received. By the way, it's hard to say that you're fighting on the side of democracy when the guy you're on the side of not only has a large Nazi contingent in his military in the Azov battalion, but also a guy who sounds like every Russian mobster criminal I've ever heard in movies. Like, whenever Zelensky speaks, I just hear, Mr. Bond, the arms trade is not what it was when the Soviet... Like, he sounds like Mishkin. He sounds like Minister Mishkin in GoldenEye whenever he talks. He's lashing out at Donald Trump because, look, the reason Zelensky's lashing out is because the gravy train's about to be busted. And with the gravy train about to be busted, that means that he's going to have to find his money elsewhere. I swear to God, dude, nobody has even talked about cutting the Ukraine aid, or like nobody's taken steps to cut the Ukrainian aid. And like the whole thing with like him, just the idea of the United States not giving him any more money, he ran right to Europe and goes, hey guys, you know, if the United States doesn't give us more money, then I'm going to ask for $250 billion from all of you. It's like, holy shit, man. And I thought I was shameless. Jesus Christ. I mean, this guy's sitting there. I'm sitting here going, hey, guys, 145, we got ourselves a perfect week. And I'm clapping and I'm happy. And what do you say? This guy's sitting there threatening people. If the United States does not give me my money, then I'm going to take $250 billion from you. This guy is really being exposed for the fucking gangster that he is. Let me see if I can find that clip for you. Zelensky... $250 billion. And if you don't think this guy's skimming off the top, I mean, we already know that he's selling weapons to the drug cartels in Mexico to make a couple extra bucks. And you know he's putting money in his own pocket. You know he's part of the skim, and he wants to keep this gimmick going. They also finally reported yesterday that if Ukraine actually did allow elections to be held, he would probably lose. The people of Ukraine would probably vote him out. Here's the clip we were talking about.
American money, good. Give us 250 billions, which are here in Europe, frozen Russian assets.
So not only is he saying, give us $250 billion, he's saying, take the assets of Russian oligarchs that you've frozen and give us their money. Like, it's one thing to freeze their assets, like if they have them in European banks, they now can't access that money. It's another thing entirely to steal it and give it to somebody. So, like, if you don't think this Zelensky's a fucking gangster and a crooked-ass politician, look at him. He's like, why won't you give us any money? Why can't you just steal it from those fucking people and just hand it to me? Like, this is a little bit of the mask slipping. This is, what do they call it? The quiet part out loud?
No answer.
No shit, no answer. You just ask them to shake down. You ask them to shake down billionaires and give you their money. Oh, that's it. That's the end of the whole clip. So if the United States bails on us, we want $250 billion from the rest of Europe. And by the way, take it from the Russian oligarchs whose money you've frozen. Jesus Christ. I will say this, like, the guy's getting more honest. Like, maybe Trump should continue to say shit that kind of hints at us not giving him money and just see what comes out, like truth serum. Trump suggested that just as Zelensky wants a say in peace negotiations, the Ukrainian people might want a say in Kyiv. All right, you know what? Let's do that. I'd like to call Zelensky's bluff on that. I agree with him. We should give the Ukrainian people a say on what happens in Ukraine. Elections. Let's do it. Let's have elections. Let's have Zelensky run for re-election, and let's put some kind of ballot initiative in there asking what the Ukrainian people think about continuing the war with Russia. And then let's, maybe we can find an exit strategy to this thing. I'm going to give you a spoiler alert. Zelensky is not going to go for that. So the guy who's sitting here saying, well, Ukraine would like a say. All right, Mr. President, let's give Ukraine a say. What do you say we hold elections? Well, it's in the middle of a war. We can't have elections. Lincoln ran for re-election during a war. FDR ran for re-election during a war. Was there a presidential election in 16 or 18? I think Wilson had to run for his job. 1916 election. Democrat Woodrow Wilson was narrowly... Okay, so he didn't have one during... We didn't join World War II until 1917, so he didn't have to run... He ran while World War I was going on, but we weren't involved, and I think part of the reason he got reelected was he kept us out of war. I think that was kind of a big deal. So Zelensky could hold... Americans have held elections during war. So... if Americans can hold elections during war, why can't Ukraine? Just ask them. That's all. American and Russian diplomats met in Saudi Arabia Tuesday to get the ball rolling on ending the war in Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made widely known his displeasure at not being invited to the discussions, canceling his trip to Riyadh. Now, wait a minute. So this motherfucker plays the victim better than everybody I know but one person. Maybe two. So this motherfucker was invited to Riyadh, accepted the invitation, then canceled his trip to Riyadh, then complained that they had the meeting. God, this guy is such a crook. People wonder why I don't like him, don't trust him, and I don't... people think that if you criticize Zelensky or criticize Ukraine, that you love Putin and you love Russia. No, I don't like Russia. I don't like Putin. But, this guy manipulates the reality and then complains about it and plays the victim. He agrees to go to Saudi Arabia, books a trip to Saudi Arabia. He's going to go meet with the U.S. and with the Russians. Then he cancels it, and then he complains that we all met without him. Decisions on how to end the war in Ukraine cannot be made without Ukraine, nor can any conditions be imposed. So you see the game he's playing here, right? The game he's playing is very simple. I'm just not going to show up. And then if I don't show up, I can't agree to a peace deal. Then we can't have a peace, and you can't stop giving me money. He's addicted to the change he's putting in his pocket. Hours after U.S. and Russian dignitaries agreed to appoint high-level teams to begin working on a path to ending the conflict. In addition to insinuating that Zelensky has proven himself incapable of doing what is needed in such talks and lacks the support of his people, Trump suggested that Ukraine started the war and should resume the practice of holding elections. Now, let me say this. To say that Trump insinuated Ukraine started the war is a little iffy. But I will say this. I do believe the United States started this war more than Ukraine did. I think this was a pissing match between the U.S. and the Russians. And when they got into that pissing match, Russia called our bluff and the whole thing popped off. And I think we kind of instigated it because Biden owed Zelensky money from all the Burisma shit. Papa Shab says, yeah, Aaron, that's an Israeli tactic. I mean, kind of. It's kind of, but here's the deal. Like, the Israelis and Hamas are both shitty like that. Like, they'll both agree to a ceasefire, but then they'll both go like, no, we're not going to follow the ceasefire, though, because we don't trust them. It's like, God, you fucking people. Every time. But with Zelensky, it's different because he's the downtrodden, victimized guy who's being invaded, but he's also the guy who's holding up stopping the war. Trump said, I want to see peace. Look, you know why I want it? Because I don't want all these people killed anymore. I'm looking at people that are being killed, and they're Russian and Ukrainian people, but they're people. It doesn't matter where they're from, Trump said. I think I have the power to end this war, and I think it's going very well. But today I heard, oh, well, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years, and you should have ended it 3 years ago, he said. The 47th president added that Ukraine provoked Russia's full-scale invasion in February 2022, stating, quote, "You should have never started it." Well, look, as far as that part goes, it takes two, or in this case, three, to create a war. But otherwise, I mean, he's making good points, and it's going to be hard to come to a peace if one of the people won't come to the table. Yeah, and Babashab's right. Zelensky has like 3 homes. I think he's got a mansion in the UK. Like, he's going to be fine. Here's the problem. If they hold elections, like, first of all, if they hold elections in the Donbass region, the Donbass would vote to either be an independent state or they'd vote to become part of Russia. If Ukraine voted, it sounds like if Ukraine got to vote, that Ukraine would vote out Zelensky. So he ain't gonna reinstitute elections. All right, boys and girls, we are 145 away from today's goal. We have 20 minutes left until we have to rattle the cans. And that last goal, by the way, I'll tell you this, it would mean a perfect week for the toe. So I'm antsy about it. I'll admit, I am antsy about it because I want to see the last win for the toe going into Rumble Friday. 145 away. Go ahead and throw us a couple of bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rant. I wanted to give Will Heron shit in the chat, but I'm sure he catches enough shit. I don't want to. I was going to say, PR publicist for narcissistic liar, Will Heron. He is, I will say this, Will is kind of being used as a mouthpiece to spread misinformation, but some people manipulate the media when they don't have facts on their side. I get it. Small Town Gal with $5 says, any updates on the attack on Chernobyl? Oh yeah, that's right. They were about to sit down and have peace talks, and then there was an attack on Chernobyl. Let's see if we have any info on that. Chernobyl really hasn't been through enough. Oh, wait a minute. Breaking news conference between Zelensky and Trump's Ukraine envoy is canceled after meeting at the U.S.'s request. Oh, boy. Uh-oh. That's not good. What do we know about the Chernobyl thing? Sorry, I got a little sidetracked there. Zelensky, can I please have more money? Trump, the war is over. Zelensky, Russia just attacked Chernobyl. So did they? Some people are saying, well, I'm looking it up on Twitter. Russia, Chernobyl. And some people are saying that this was a Ukrainian deal. A drone armed with a warhead hit the protective outer shell of Ukraine's Chernobyl nuclear plant early Friday. Oh, that was bad. Oh, God, this happened last week. Punching a hole in the structure and briefly starting a fire in an attack Kiev blamed on Russia. The Kremlin denied it was responsible. You got to remember, they pretty much admitted or stopped denying that we blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. So there is that. Will Heron says, LOL, I literally got a Super Bowl winner to say another win for the toe, and that's what I get? Yes, always. It's me. What do you... No, I thought the Josh Sweat thing was good. It's just, I was giving you some shit. You're a media guy, I like Trump, You media guys, we're supposed to be skeptical of you dudes. You're not always the most honest reporters. I've learned that firsthand. Not from you. Not from you. Small Town MN Gal with $5. Thank you very much. 140 away from today. Keep it going. Keep running. No, well, it's okay. I was giving you a little bit of shit, buddy. It's all right. Giving you a little bit of needling. That's all. Let's make it about the show, not about us. What do you say, pal? What do you say? I don't want to be too mean. I tease hard. What do you want from me? Streamlabs, you know what I need to focus on? You know what, Will? This is you purposely trying to distract me from knocking out our final goal of the week, which is what should be paramount on everyone's mind. What did I say it was? 140? Will says, okay, we cool. These fucking mixed emotions. Stop taking the internet seriously. It doesn't mean anything. You're a real journalist with a real media gig. The internet does not matter, Will. Anything I say is horseshit from a show host. I promise you. I won't think about it today. Trump's vendetta against holdovers from the Justice Department that waged years of lawfare against him is not over. Yesterday, Donald Trump ordered his Department of Justice to, quote, clean house of all remaining Biden-era U.S. attorneys. Now, this is pretty big. I know this isn't like a flashy DOGE cut that saves like hundreds of billions of dollars, but this is, if it's not totally unprecedented, it's pretty unprecedented. Like, he's cutting them all loose. And at first glance, you would look at it and you go, wow, this is pretty petty. You know, he's firing all these U.S. attorneys. Surely they're not all anti-Trump people. I mean, some of them are really good at their jobs. But, you know, these are also, like, a lot of these attorneys are people who tried to put him in prison and tried to find ways to lock him up and raided his home at Mar-a-Lago. So you can, if there's anyone who's earned the right to be paranoid, I think it's Donald Trump. I mean, the guy's been shot in the ear. We really don't know much about it. We kind of stopped investigating it after a cell phone was found to be going from an FBI field office to the shooter's house. You know, we kind of stopped asking questions after that. And then, of course, you've got the numerous felony charges that they put on him and tried to throw him in prison. So, you know, forgive me for being on the side of the guy who's the victim of a petty, shitty, trumped-up vengeance plot. I feel empathy for the guy. Just 1 month after Trump was sworn in as the 47th president, his administration fired dozens of federal prosecutors who were directly involved in January 6th. At least 15 career officials were reportedly reassigned at the agency, including one who pushed for the FBI raid of Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. Now, you can't be surprised at that one. You know, the guy who ordered the raid on your house, you're probably going to not only fire that guy, but take great joy in doing so. The Justice Department also axed a number of officials involved in former special counsel Jack Smith's prosecutions of Trump. Yeah, I mean, I know that the media pitches this as like, oh, he has an enemies list and oh, he's just going after people. It's all vengeance. Is it? Or is it just not wanting to leave an enemy behind you? I mean, these are people who seem to take great glee in trying to put him in jail. I don't know how you can work with people like that. I mean, there's definitely a part of this that is rooted in a necessity. Like, he has to do this to be able to move forward. Could you imagine? Like a guy who ordered a raid on your home and now you're his boss. Are you going to feel comfortable just looking out this way with that guy back here? I wouldn't. So I understand it, but it's going to be a whole big fight. And now ordering the Department of Justice to clean house on everyone else. Whew. That's, I mean, I guess if you're going to go for it. Go all the way. And that's what he's doing. All right, guys, about 140 away from knocking it out today. Let's see if we can do it. No, return trip says axed them what? No, that's not. I don't mean, no, axed as in fired. Axed as in let them go, not axed as in mispronouncing ask. You know, people have been sending me this Minnesota cars Fourth Amendment story. I can't. Oh, it's the Star Tribune's front page. Minnesota cars public property. I want to try to find this story. Yeah. Oh, wow. Here it is. Okay. Oh, this is insanity. The Minnesota Supreme Court has ruled that the interior of a car on a public road is a public place. Well, I mean, that's pretty ballsy. Can we find it? Let's find a video version of this. Minnesota car public place. Somebody had to have covered this. Like with like a full-on report. Oh, no, they didn't. It's local media. All the news was done. Oh, this came down really late yesterday. Okay. The Minnesota Supreme Court ruled that the inside of a motor vehicle on public roadways is a... The fuck was that? I think I'm having a stroke. The Minnesota Supreme Court ruled the inside of a motor vehicle on public roadways is a public space. This, I don't know. You understand what this opens you up to, right? Like, do they even need a reason then to search your car? They can just start pulling people over and they can just go look. Tronanon with $2 says Kirby Puckett is still the best thing to ever come out of Minnesota. I mean, all right. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you on that one, but like Randy Moss, Charles Schultz, Bob Dylan, Prince, 3M, General Mills. All right, Kirby. Look, man, I'm a Kirby guy. I'll go with it. So the ruling comes almost 3 years after a man was pulled over, at which time a deputy found a BB gun under the driver's seat. The man did not have a permit to carry and was charged with carrying a firearm in a public place. God, Minnesota is a scary fucking place to be. I mean, it's pretty much a police state at this point. Jesus Christ. So the guy's got a BB gun under his seat. And they take that. They say he doesn't have a permit to carry, and he's charged with carrying a BB gun is a firearm? I thought a BB gun was a fucking toy. However, the district court dismissed the complaint for a lack of probable cause. There you go. Yeah, you can't just pull a guy over and then start going through his car. You need a reason. A drug dog smelled something. I mean, like, to take this away, like to give police even more power to search someone's car is such horseshit, because in Minnesota, you don't need that much to begin with. All you need to do is go, oh, I smell marijuana. I'm going to search the car. So you even take away their need to bullshit a reason. Now, the Court of Appeals reversed that decision. The district court dismissed the complaint for a lack of probable cause, saying the interior of a car on a public roadway was not a public place. I would agree with that. The Court of Appeals reversed that decision, saying the inside of a car is indeed a public place when it's on a public roadway. Well, then you know what? To stop that, everybody should, when they're pulled over, everyone should park on private property. That's an insane rule. The Court of Appeals reversed that, saying the inside of a car. Okay. On Wednesday, the Minnesota Supreme Court issued an opinion agreeing with the appeals court, saying the definition of public place is not ambiguous. So the Supreme Court straight up just ruled that you have no right to privacy inside your own vehicle. I mean, that literally, there's nothing to stop the police in Minnesota now from pulling you over and just going, get the fuck out of the car, I'm searching you. Or like just setting up search, just like you can just set up shop right there in a random highway on 35 one day and just go, we're tossing every car. That is insanity. Helgi says, you get a gold star, Aaron, for figuring that one out. That's exactly why. One more step to tyranny. That's insane. Yeah, Sam Show says, a permit to carry a BB gun? Right, since when? Permit to carry a BB gun? Give me a fucking break. Sam Show says, by legal definition, that's not a firearm. No, there's no fire. There's no, it's a air propulsion with the, it's not a, that's like saying that the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles pizza disc gun that I had as a kid is a firearm and I needed a license for it. Oh, my God. I mean, is this the craziest thing the state of Minnesota's done? I don't know. We did let people burn down an entire city once because they were mad about drug addict dying. So I guess that's... Chevy fan with a good point. Where am I supposed to jack off on my lunch breaks? Right, you'll be whacking off in a public place. If you're whacking off in your car, it's the same as whacking off on a park bench, you fucking pig. God damn, man. Eagle of America says George Floyd was on a public street. Anyone can kneel on it. Your right to kneel ends at the back of my fentanyl-laced neck. Dive Bar says, you had a Ninja Turtles pizza shooter gun? You must have been rich. They were little. They were just little handheld things, and you went, it went, and then you bing, bing, bing. You just shoot little pizzas at people. You were supposed to shoot them at your toys, but we often shot them at other individuals. What do you do? Trucker 18-wheeler with $1.99 says, can this go to the U.S. Supreme Court? I don't know. Ask Will Herron. He knows. Ask Will. Will will be able to tell you. Will, can we take this to the Supreme Court? Can we challenge this? Can we go all the way with this thing? Or is this a state issue? And we need to, and we're beholden to the state. Will? Did I run Will off? Did I? I was just making fun of him. I'm sorry, but Will's kind of gullible and he believes everything that someone tells him, and he's kind of being used as a PR wing, and what do you do? Fact-checking, not a thing. I was just giving him some shit on his internet journalism, and I ran him off. God damn it. Oh, he says I'm not oh, you know what? I forget. Rumble has a little bit of a lag. I apologize. He says, I'm not a constitutional lawyer. Yeah, but you're a journalist. Aren't you guys supposed to just make shit up and just spew things and just talk? Aren't you guys supposed to just guess? Guess and then check. Can we send this all the way to the federal Supreme Court? That's what the people want to know, Will. All right, guys, 140 away from today's goal. Go ahead and kick in a few bucks. I'm worried. I'm officially worried that we're going to miss our perfect day. And to be honest with you, I think I'm willing to bend the rules to get my perfect week because that fucking close. That close. Will says Aaron is smart there. Fake. Aaron is smart there. Fake news. Hey, Will, that's not very nice. No, Aaron's just giving you shit. But this is really troubling. Like, in all honesty, that's wild that we had a Supreme Court full of judges and they just ruled, yeah, a cop can pull you out of your car and just start searching it. I mean, it seems like the very definition, this seems like it would be a baseline Fourth Amendment case. That a cop, the Fourth Amendment was invented so cops couldn't just grab you and start searching your shit. And the Minnesota Supreme Court said, piss on that. You're on a public roadway. It's fine. Well, then in that case, if someone's walking on a public roadway, they don't even have a right to be a person. Hey, you're touching public land. You're a public thing now. Let me look in your coat. You know, like you're walking on a public roadway. A cop pulls up, puts on a rubber glove, and he goes, all right, bend over. Hey, I have rights. Nah, you're a public now. Why are you shoving your fingers in my ass? You looking for drugs? What drugs? None. Oh, no, I was just sticking my fingers in your ass. I can do this now. Just, power. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. They can do that now. They can do that. In the lovely state of Minnesota, they can now just pull you over and search your car. I don't know. Like, I wonder, can you take that? Can you challenge a state Supreme Court? I mean, you've got to be able to, right? You can take this to federal court. Yeah, you appeal to the United States Supreme Court. I can't imagine. I mean, I would appeal this to the Supreme Court, and I would think that this Supreme Court that we have now would strike this down in a fucking heartbeat. No chance. No chance. All right, guys, 140 away. Approachable says, Aaron sees a trans man running down the street and says, bend over. I have the right to enter a public space. Do we need to go look at the trans person again? It was. Give me a second. Utah protest. Here it is.
Existing. God thanks you for existing.
This isn't here.
Christians
This isn't
stand.
her. Here, this lady. This is not a very good camera angle, and I said, "Oh, she's got a nice midriff" the other day, and then she ended up saying this.
Hello, people who choose to fight back.
And by the way, she has tits, she has shaved armpits, she has a tattoo on her shin, she's dressed like a girl. Dudes don't dress like this.
I am a trans man in Utah.
So on Tuesday's show, before she said that trans men Utah thing, I said she had a nice little midsection. And now I'm never going to be able to live it down.
There are slurs on my bathroom walls.
You should fucking stop. It's a weird thing to just admit in public, willy-nilly. There are slurs on my bathroom wall. I have finger Tourette's.
In my public school. They can take away our rights. They can yell at us on the street.
Oh, thanks. Cool. Actually, in Minnesota, I believe you can now. That's one of the deals. Oh, boy. Chad Buzamok says, Aaron's still 100% wood. McBuster says, NLO meetup? I don't know. I have no idea. I do not have a boner under the table. Approachable has a clip. Oh, boy. Oh, here's the clip. All right. Here we go. All right. After this, we're going to beg you for that 140 and see if we can knock it out. She's got a nice midsection, though. All right. Let's roll the dice.
I am a trans man in Utah.
Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. You guys can't see because I'm staring at myself and the camera's up here. Let's go. You got to get my reaction on that one. DOGE. Oh, fuck. I went to the full video. God damn it. Aaron, you useless bag of shit. Let's go to Approachable's clip one more time. Here we go. She's got a nice midsection, though. All right. Let's roll the dice.
I am a trans man in Utah.
Oh, fuck. Shit happens. Shit happens. Let's go ahead. All right, guys, let's see if we can get this last 140 taken away or taken down and call it another win for the toe. It's our last one. Oh my God. 140. We've got put 5 minutes on the clock. We're going to go a little over here because I started a little late. $140 away, and it's the difference between a perfect week and a miss. We've knocked them all out to this point. It is very important to me that we knock this last one out. So if you've got a few bucks to throw at the toe, now is the time. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, $140 away. Let's rally it up. Click one of those links. Help us get that 140 and make it a full-on perfect week for the toe. 5 minutes on the clock. I'm going to go from my 3:58 number right here. So at 4 hours and 3 minutes, that'll be it. That'll be the end of it. So we've got 4.5 minutes to go. Throw us a few bucks. That means everybody get in on it. And we've got plenty of stuff to do for overtime. Tantalizingly close. The difference between perfection and failure for the entire week now rests on this final 4.5 minutes and this 140 that we've missed by. Start clicking. Start throwing in. Let's knock this thing out and celebrate not another win for the toe, a final win for the toe. So close, 4 minutes away. Come on, baby. Everybody with a couple of bucks. Everybody jump in and do this thing. Atomic Ray gifting 5 subs over on Rumble. That's $5 a pop. That would be $25. Thank you, Atomic Ray. 115 away. Here we go. Everybody jumping in. 3.5 minutes left. Atomic Ray, thank you very much. $25. That means you get one of these. Oh, it's time to have an aneurysm. $115 away from a successful week and a final win for the toe. Can it be done? Well, no, Chad Buzamok. I mean for the week. God, you are no fun. Absolutely no fun, this Chad Buzamok. He's too invested. He's too literal. Here we go, boys and girls. 1:15, 3 minutes left to go. Let's hammer it out. Everybody jumping in, clicking the PayPal, clicking the Venmo. Adam Simon gifting a membership over on YouTube. Thank you very much, buddy. Those are big, too. I mean, the donations. I'm not talking about, like, balls or anything. 115 is the number. We're frantic over here. Let's get it knocked out and call it the final win for the toe. Do it. Do it big. Let's get it to everybody. Everybody. What are you waiting for? 5 gifted memberships from Dr. Silverwolf. There we go. Even hundo. Even hundo away. We're in the last $100 of Steel Toe's victory for the week. Who's got part of it? 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes away and an even hundo away from victory. Throw them in and throw them in high and hard. I'm excited, all right? I'm just excited. All right, we got a good run going. Let's finish it up. Minute 45 to go. You know the links. They're all pinned to the top of the page. Go and get them. Ooh, Cash Patel gets voted on today. Hope he passes. All right, minute and a half. Let's do it. Last goal of the week. We've knocked them all out. Minute and a half to go. I want to see you guys contributing. I want to see you kicking in. I want to see this last win of the week. I've been excited for it since last night's show. We're almost there. Oh, the oofs are coming in. No oofs. No oofs. Little over a minute left. You're one of them. Click the link. Throw it in. Let's get this last one. The last one. The last hundo. The last hundo. I'm not bricked up, Chad Buzamok. I'm not. You're making it dirty. Don't make it dirty. 1 minute to go. 1 minute left. Come on, boys and girls. I'm thinking of cheating. I'm thinking of cheating to get it done today. Have to win. You can't miss on the last day. It's not allowed. Throw it in. $100. Do it up. 30 seconds to go. Don't write doof either. Oof and doof to me are they're relatives. The whole thing's relative. All right. Let's get ready for the final countdown. $100 away. Let's do this. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Reward good broadcasting with perfection. All right, ready for the final countdown? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, look, I'm a sore loser. So I'm thinking of just keeping going till we knock out this last 100. I can't do it. I can't sit here and let people see that this didn't work. I can't do it. I can't do it. We haven't missed. This has been fucking easy. It's been an easy week. Knock out the rest. I'm going to keep going. Eagle of America with $5 says, here you go. Thank you, Eagle of America. 95 away from knocking out today. Chad Buzamak says, fuck the rules. OT 100 on credit. Well, Chad Buzamak, you got to know how the rules work. First, you got to linger. There's a strategy to this when you do it for donos. First, you got to linger. Then you pledge to keep going. No, free speech coach. We did not miss on Monday. We went the half hour. We got it knocked out. Chevmatic came in at the end. We banged it out. Sorry. We did win on Monday. That was confirmed. And now we're 95 away. I don't think I can walk away from this one. I mean, as much as it would hurt to fail and do the overtime, I don't think I can lose like this. I mean, it's the last day. And it's $95. Like, if it was 200, I'd go, well, fuck it, you know? It sucked. It's terrible. But we're close. So what do you say you stop making this awkward? You throw in a few, and we'll get this knocked out. All right, I've got like 2 or 3 stories left. We'll do those. You guys, like, take pity on me. What's wrong with pity? Why can't we do the pity thing? $95 away. Everybody take pity. $5, $10, $20. I want perfection. And by the way, if you hate this show and you love watching us not hit goals, believe me, if we get this 95, even if I cheat, I'm going to be a total heel and act like we fucking crushed it. So I just want to warn you. It's SMCJCK saying you lost. I know, but I'm trying to spread it out here, and I'm hoping people get the idea that I'm being pathetic, and I'm trying to shame and pity people into knocking out the last 95. It was supposed to have worked by now. I keep hitting refresh and nothing's happening. This is incredibly awkward. Now I've pot committed, though, haven't I? I've pot committed to saying I can't lose today. We've got to have another win for the toe. We've got to have a perfect week. Let's get that last 95. So now I have to keep the show going. What's the old saying? If you want to make more money, you got to work more. But in all honesty, 95. Come on. 95. Come on. Go ahead. Throw it in. Hey, there's Marshall with 50. What a fucking guy.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Marshall with $50 gets us down to 45. Well, Chad Buzamak, that means we're inside of 50. I've got to do the last 30 minutes. Now I'm contractually obligated. Thank you, Marshall, with the $50. Very nice. Okay, guys, Marshall did 50 for you. You do the last 45. Let's knock it out. Another win for the toe. Click the link, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's make fun of some limeys, shall we? Some Welsh broad decided that she's going to save lives in the UK. I don't know if you know this, but the UK used to have no crime. Like, remember when they would always brag about, we'd have a school shooting and then they'd be like, well, we don't have that here in the UK. It's probably because you Americans and your fucking guns. And then it's like, first of all, nobody ever called out how weird that was. Like, I always thought about that, like, over the years. Like, every time we have a shooting and there's a bunch of dead kids, people in Europe go, ha, we don't have those here. It's like, hey, whoa, easy on the fucking braggadocio. Kids are dead. Like, could we not? That was the thing. We got really weird about all those mass shootings in America where, like, people would forget that human beings died and they would just jump right to their talking points. Like, didn't matter. Democrat, Republican, American, Canadian, doesn't matter. The minute kids get shot, it's like the minute the bullet tears through marrow, you've got people in Canada going, yep, see, Americans don't know how to control their guns. They're a violent culture. Democrats are going, we need to start banning assault weapons. Republicans are going, well, we just need to ignore this and pretend it's not happening. And the UK would be like, you guys don't fucking know how to, we don't have any violence here in the UK. What's your fucking problem? Well, the UK did this thing where they decided that they were going to let in people who historically like to play with blades. And so what they did was they invited a lot of refugees in from the Islamic world, and they all started shanking the shit out of each other in the middle of London. So then knife crime went up to the point where now they're totally caught off guard, and they have to figure out what they're going to do. You've had people like Idris Elba. Heimdall's idea was, he said we should dull all the tips of knives in the UK. You know, and I just feel like the chef in Casino is going, do you have any idea how long that's going to take? He wants to just round off all the tips. So you're not changing the behavior that wants to stab people. You're just making it so the people who are trying to stab people go, hey, what the it won't get through the fucking skin, which is going to make cutting shit a lot of fun. So you're not going to have as many stabbing incidents, but you're going to have a lot more slashes, apparently. Well, thank God, in the midst of all these terrible fucking ideas, we have Member of Parliament Jo Stevens from Wales. She's the Welsh Secretary of State. She's got her idea on how to beat this knife violence in the UK. She says this Labour government is taking action with the toughest ever restrictions on online knife sales, closing loopholes, and keeping dangerous weapons off our streets. You know, I feel like this is karma for all the shit they talked about guns with us. You know, like, UK doesn't have America's just stupid. America doesn't understand how to control all their population. And now people are just shanking the shit out of each other to the point where you guys are doing the same talking points about knives that we're doing about guns. Oh, we got to close the knife show loophole. We got to, you know what we should do? We should probably put blade locks on all kitchen knife blocks. That'll stop them. It's like, no. Oh,
and I just want to say thank you
about that. Hey, one more of those 50s and we knock out today's goal. Did I mention we're only $45 away? I'm doing overtime, so you guys will throw in the rest. Hey, look at this. What do we got? Casey with $10 says OT. Thank you, Casey. By the way, when you guys throw in on PayPal and Venmo, it does drive some people nuts. I saw that coach guy was like, Marshall is the fakest name I've ever heard. So you get the added bonus if it's PayPal or Venmo of setting some people off, which it probably shouldn't set them off, but it does. $35 away from knocking it out. Adam Trump over on PayPal requests $45. Now, Adam Trump, how is giving you $45 going to help us get our $45? I don't understand. McBuster quoting me out of context saying round off the tips. I mean, no, that was a suggestion in the UK for the knives. $35 away from today. That should be easy enough, guys. 5 or 10 at a time. Let's get that 35 hammered out and call it another win for the toe. So Britain's politicians are doing everything they can to prevent knife crime, other than, cracking down on immigration. They're barely putting anyone in jail there. Like, apparently people stab people in the UK and then they're like out on the streets the next day. So it's really a lot like New York City. But instead what they're doing is, like, if people criticize UK policy online, or if they say, hey, maybe if we stopped with all the, crazy immigration, there seems to be a correlation between all of this immigration and these knife violence rates. Like native Britons didn't all of a sudden just start shanking people. If you point that out, instead of the government going, that's something to think about, that's something maybe we should discuss, they send the cops to your home and place you under arrest. I mean, they do it for fucking memes. Like, if people post a meme and it's like attacking the government or attacking immigration or anything like that, yeah, the cops will show up at your house. But apparently, if you just take away, like people are talking about banning kitchen knives, like not allowing kitchen knives outside the house. Like the UK is finding out with their retarded knife ideas, how retarded the gun ideas they have for us are. Because like if you don't take a knife out of the kitchen, it's not like you can't stab a motherfucker. It's not the fact that they have access to a knife that makes them stab people. It's the fact that they're a stabby guy that makes them stab. I mean, Jesus Christ, people in prison don't have knives. They just make shanks out of sporks and they start stabbing people. But you know what? Best of luck to them. That's what I say. Best of luck to all of them there in the UK. I mean, they are just absolutely crushing it over there. I apologize for even insinuating that that they might have a problem. Oh boy. All right, guys, $35 away. Hammer it out. Let's do it. J-Bra says, I'd rather be stabbed and live than be shot and die. Just my 2 cents. Well, oh, absolutely. Are you kidding? Like, as far as, like, I'm not saying that, like, the problem Britain has is, like, a bigger problem than what we have with guns. I just get really fucking annoyed when these other countries who don't know shit about how things work here or anything else, and I love how the country with the most diversity by far is handling these problems, and then these other European countries that have been shitting on us, they get one drop of diverse blood and everything goes fucking insane. But we're the ones with the problems. Here we go. 571 over on PayPal. Hashtag not real dono. All right. Well, guys, that one was not real. I'm still going to count it. And even 30 away from today. $30 away from perfection here on the toe as we labor for overtime. $30 away. Throw in. Help us knock it out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Oh, boy. Are they? God damn, man. Is the mainstream media bitching about the Gulf of America thing again? Yeah, did you hear that? Like, I guess the AP has been completely kicked out of everything now. Like, at first, the Associated Press was kicked out of Air Force One, and they were kicked out of the press briefings. Now, and it was all because the Associated Press refused to call the Gulf of America the Gulf of America. They're dead naming it and calling it the Gulf of Mexico, which is interesting because I thought the AP was against dead naming. Well, now I guess Trump has decided that he's going to pick his battles, and he wants to pick a battle with the Associated Press.
All right, new topic, Joel, before we go. The left-leaning podcast, Midas Touch, has just done the unthinkable, dethroned Joe Rogan to become the country's most popular podcast.
I don't buy that for a fucking second. I have a feeling that we're seriously cooking some numbers here. I've never heard of this podcast. What's it called? Go back a little bit.
Left-leaning podcast, Midas Touch.
I've never heard of Midas Touch. And they're the biggest thing. They're bigger than Joe Rogan. Excuse me?
Has just done the unthinkable, dethroned Joe Rogan to become the country's most popular podcast. Do you see this as a sign of a bigger political shift? Because even these three guys specifically, they are not your touchy-feely progressives. They're like three bros from Long Island.
Yeah, look.
Well, that's even gayer. Like, at least if you were like a touchy-feely progressive, I mean, that makes sense. That fits the mold. Hey, we don't give a shit. What are we going to do? We just come over and we got these three guys over here. We're just hanging out. We're just bullshitting. It's no big deal. Hey, excuse me. You said three guys. Jimmy yesterday said that he identifies as they, them, and that he's non-binary. I feel like you kind of stepped on his toes there a little bit. Oh, whoa, I'm very sorry. We try to be sensitive to people's pronouns here on this program. We ain't trying to be hateful and disrespecting of your gender. Oh, that's so much gayer. Like, if you were just a foppish little bitch, it would make sense.
Look, I think that this does signal, one, Democrats and let's just call it the non-conservative ecosystem catching up to where the kind of Rogan right has been.
And
are you like they're just pulling this out of their ass, right? Like they are 1,000% making this up so that they can say this stuff. They wanted to do a segment where they went, "Oh yeah, the left is taking over the podcast. Oh, you know, the American people are definitely shifting away from Trump, no doubt about it. In fact, here's the Midas Touch. They're bigger than Rogan now." Now, they haven't shown like download numbers or anything like that. They're just saying it's bigger. Like, oh, well, this clearly shows that the podcast world is sick of Trump. Like, how is this? This is the closest thing to state-run propaganda I've ever heard.
They're not policy guys. They're anti-Trump guys. And they crank it out all day, every day.
And I do think the fact that this is organic, this is not a part of the ecosystem that was just built up, you know, with heavy investment from millionaires and billionaires. These are folks who've been grinding.
Wait, neither is Donald Trump. And pumped up by millionaires and billionaires. Politico was literally being funded by U.S. aid. MSNBC hasn't been profitable in a dog's age.
And working. And my suspicion is they probably were going to get to this point anyway. But it does, I think, signal where groups and where organizations and where candidates on the Democratic side are going to focus a lot of their effort going forward. You've got to dominate this space. That's where conversation is. That's where a lot of people get their news, is on YouTube, online. You have to be present there. And you have to have messengers that are fearless and that know how to talk to these.
Holy shit. This is like an MSNBC, like a show that they put on. This is awful. It's the 11th hour. So is this like a late night show? Is this supposed to put you to sleep? Because that makes sense.
Folks, comfortably and in messy conversations that are often complicated.
People often say that Democrats don't know how to hit. These guys are hitters.
Yeah, and look, Democrats should have the confidence to go anywhere and make a case. We've got a fragmented media ecosystem, so it's good to see a little more political diversity in that. Democrats,
a little bit of political diversity. Yeah, you know what everyone said about the media for a long time now? Just not enough lefties. You know, it's just really not enough liberal representation in the media. 279 from Seize the Day says, for letting us rewind and no ads. Oh, you're welcome. Professor Tie-Dye with $5 says, I had to tune out for a bit. Did you see the DM on X for the Minneapolis City Council member doing the daycare fraud? Or the Minnesota Supreme Court saying your car is... We did do the car one. I did not see the DM for the Minneapolis City Council member, though. If you have a link, throw that up there. I'll take a look. $25 away from perfection for the week. And we got about 10 minutes left. Guys, $25. Let's do it. Let's get in there and knock out the last 25 and call it a perfect week for the toe. Do it. Everybody jumping in. Throwing it a little bit to knock out the last 25. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's do it, and let's crawl and scratch and scrape all the way to a perfect week. Nobody said it couldn't be messy. J-Bra says, who the fuck is we? It's a crowd. It's a crowd, J-Bra. Don't be so literal. Hey, quit saying we. Don't be one of those. You're not one of those guys. Don't be one. You're better than that. You're better than that. What's this DM from the city council person? That's the one. That's the story that I want. Oh, here we go. Approachable says, hit that last 25 and you'll go till 11. Fuck it. Yeah. Yeah, sure. We hit the last. Oh, yeah. See, somebody just sent me the podcast charts. Rogan's number 1. The Mel Robbins podcast is number 2. The Midas Touch podcast is number 3. Yeah, enough. Enough with the horse shit. Jesus. Sam Show says, there's a we. You're not among us, Jew boy. Do we have to call J-Bra Jew boy, though? Is that necessary? By the way, so yes, Mr. Approachable asked if we knock out the last 25, will I go till 11? Yeah, I'll put another 40 minutes on the clock if you guys knock out the last $25. Deal. Oh, you know what? They're revolting against J-Bra in the chat. They're going after him. See? If you're a picky word cunt, people are going to pick up on that and they're going to give you shit. I don't know anything about this Midas Touch podcast. I don't get it. Let me see if I can find some clips from it or something. They're supposed to be bros. They're bros who talk shit about Trump, I suppose. Where are they? Breaking, Joe Rogan has been dethroned by the Midas Touch podcast. So, like, wait a minute. If he goes and they get to number one on the chart for like 5 seconds and then it goes back to Rogan, that counts as them dethroning him? Do you know how many times that's probably happened over the last few years? By the way, I cannot find any clips of this Midas Touch podcast. There's no clips of it anywhere when I search on Twitter. There's the Mea Culpa with Michael Cohen. Oh, I bet you Sam Show hates that one. Yeah, I'm sure there's been a lot of times where like Rogan hasn't been the number one podcast on Spotify for like 10 or 15 minutes. Jesus. Midas Touch is an ultra progressive DNC. Oh, they're like a DNC sponsored kind of a show? Chevy Fan says it was created to stop Trump in 2020. Look it up on Wikipedia. Oh, well, they did a great job. They did it. I mean, if their whole thing was to stop Donald Trump from becoming president again in 2024, then, I mean, mission accomplished. Am I right? Ibapa Shab says astroturfed garbage. It does really seem like, but didn't the people on MSNBC say, oh no, this is totally not astroturfed. It's not funded by millionaires or billionaires. Hold on a minute. Midas Touch podcast, Wikipedia. Let's see. Previously, the Midas Touch was named by its founders for a liberal American political action committee formed in March of 2020. Suck my asshole. With the purpose of stopping the re-election of Donald Trump in the 2020 election. The super PAC aligned with the Democratic Party in the 2020 presidential election, the 2020-2021 United States Senate election in Georgia, and the 2020-2021 special election in Georgia. So this whole thing came from a political action committee. This is not a grassroots, the Midas Touch podcast. We just, started it and fuck off. It's literally an offshoot of a political action committee that was only started to win special elections and stop Donald Trump. In fact, all of the stuff I'm reading on this Wikipedia page is just about the stuff they've done in elections, nothing about their podcast. In April 2021, Seth Hatena of Rolling Stone magazine said the campaign fundraising was nonsensical and a more effective tool for fundraising than for helping Democrats win elections, and that Midas Touch's grandiose self-promotion doesn't match reality. So, I don't know. Oh, they're also the people who jumped on the Joe Rogan N-word thing. So they've had a boner for Joe Rogan since February of 2022. I see. All right, Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says we will defeat this goal like we defeated the German invaders. Onward, comrades. Don't say we. Citizen M doesn't like it. J-Bra doesn't like it. They are not fans of that we horse shit around here. All right, boys and girls, we are $20 away from knocking out today's goal. Knock it out in the next 4 minutes, and we'll go all the way to 11 o'clock. That's right. I'm willing to sing for my supper today. $20 away. Someone throw in some of that 20 in the next 4 minutes, and let's get it taken care of. Thank you, Professor Tie-Dye, for sending that link. This is the story I wanted. A Minneapolis City Council member. So you know all that daycare shit that's going on in Minnesota where basically they're setting up fake daycares and sending the government up. Hey, guys, another win for the toe.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
There it is. Atomic Ray gifting 5 Rumble subscriptions. Guess what, guys? We knocked it out. We've had a perfect week, and we barely had to mention the goal. I didn't bring it up once during the show today, and we just crushed it. We knocked it out. The whole thing, over the moon. Didn't say goal once today, and we crushed it the whole week. You barely even noticed we had one. In fact, I think if we ask the chat right now, did we even say goal once today? I don't think we did. I think we knocked it out without even saying it. Dinkelman says, just like I didn't bring up 1998 last night, fuck you. You know that? That wasn't funny. We were having fun doing a little bit right there. We were just having a good time, and you had to come in. Quit with that 1998 horse shit. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I didn't hear you say goal. See? Nobody said it. Show's really kicking it in the ass. Coach Benjamin with 199 says, Midas is very left, have fused about Trump for years. Yeah, and like that MSNBC clip was like, oh, and they're not made by millionaires and billionaires, and they're not... They were a political action committee. Their sole job was to raise money for elections. That's where the podcast fucking came from. Hulkamasha Baby, Professor Tie-Dye says, when have you ever said goal? Toad Climbs Mountain says, never mentioned it. Look at that. We knocked it out all week without even talking about it. So even Citizen M says, I'm sure you probably said goal a couple times today, actually, but I can't remember for sure. There we go. Papa Shop says, what's a goal? Exactly. J-Bra says, I feel like I'm being gaslit. No, you're just crazy. It's just your crazy brain talking. Gaslit me? Fuck out of here. He says, are we to pretend that Monday there won't be begging? Fuck off. No, there's going to be begging Monday too. Just talking about for the week. Don't get ahead of yourself. Fauci's Pangolin says, I didn't hear you say Hitler was wrong about the Jews. Hey, Hitler was wrong about the Jews. No, Sam Show, that's not the goal. That's not. All right, nope. This bit, it's getting away from me now. It's going in. This is how you guys corrupted Vidam. We're not doing this. Let's go back to the daycare fraud thing. So, to fill you in, if you're not a regular viewer of the show, the Minnesota daycare scandal is basically a bunch of places in Minneapolis set up these daycare facilities and then made up their roster, invented the roster of kids that they had, turned it into the federal government, and took in shitloads of money. Meanwhile, every time someone went to check on these daycares, nobody was there. No people, no kids, no furniture, nothing. So then people start like this. And by the way, the rumor is the state knew about this too. Like Walls knew about this. Everybody knew about this, but it was a Somali thing. It was mostly Somalis, so they let it go because they didn't want to piss off the Somali community and they didn't want to look racist. Well, now people are starting to look into Tim Walz. What did you guys know? There's also the Feeding Our Future scam. Another scam that Somalis were running on the federal government in Minnesota, where a restaurant was reporting. Does anyone remember the official number? There was a restaurant that was reporting that they were feeding between 4,000 and 6,000 hungry kids. Was it a day? I think it was either a day or a week, which either way, that's fucking insanity. But the federal government got the paperwork from them and they sent them all the money. There's also been Somali business owners who have just been buying people's food stamps, giving them cash. Like, let's say buying them at like 70 or 80 cents on the dollar, and then turning them into the federal government and getting comped. I mean, it's just like, no offense, but it's a scam a minute in that community. So you got the daycare thing, you got the feeding our future. Well, now a Minneapolis city councilman, they found some DMs of his regarding the daycare thing, and what do you know? There he is. That's Jamal Osman, the Minneapolis City Council member. The nonprofit Stigma Free International, oh, the irony, was formed by Jamal Osman and 3 others in August 2019 and essentially did nothing for its first year of existence. It had no employees, and its bank account, controlled by Councilor Osman, sat there with an initial balance. Assistant U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson displayed account records showing the only activity on the account was $5 for an analysis service charge for months in a row. The organization appeared to operate as a shell company. But in January 2021, $1.5 million that came from Feeding Our Future checks was deposited into the account. Those checks were signed by Feeding Our Future CEO Amy Bach. That's the white lady who was running this scam with all these Somali restaurants, basically running cover for them. Because there's no way that the person who was running Feeding Our Future, which that's the organization that ripped the federal government off for shitloads of money, there's no way that Feeding Our Future didn't go into these restaurants and totally see that there weren't 4,000 people every week coming in there getting meals. So she was in on it too, probably padding her pockets. So she put her name on the Feeding Our Future checks. This Councilor Osman deposited them into the checking account. And then a few months later, Osman handed over control of his organization to a new group of owners who are accused of using it to defraud the federal child nutrition program. Prosecutors showed the jury Osman's resignation letter, which said, "My family commitments and work schedule have made it impossible to give the board the time it requires to be truly effective in my position. I have seen growth during the time that I have served. Yeah, millions of dollars of growth. And I'm confident you will continue to grow this amazing organization in my absence." Now remember, they had $5 in this account for a year. And then all of a sudden, a couple mil show up. Now, the attorney says, was there any growth? To which the Western replies, certainly not in the bank account. Prosecutors also explained how Abdi Salah, a defendant in the case who pleaded guilty last month, helped facilitate the transfer. Salah previously worked as a policy aide for DFL Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry and Salah's brother Abdullah Qadir Salah, who was a co-owner of Safari Restaurant, who was on trial with Bach. So the Safari Restaurant was the one that was saying they were feeding all these people. And this Amy Bach was just going along with it because she would turn the numbers into the federal government and she would get money. And they just split the money between the two of them. Pretty simple scam. And if you've got a governor who's a bleeding heart liberal and is afraid to confront any kind of Somali tax fraud, he'll just let it happen right under his nose. Abdul Qadir Salah and Salim Saeed, along with other defendants, obtained a nonprofit entity, Stigma Free International, that's the one that had $5 for the longest time, for use in carrying out the fraud. Osman, a Democrat elected to the Minneapolis City Council in August 2020, has not been charged in the case, and he did not respond for a request to comment. Interesting. Now, here's another fun part of this whole deal. They've only discovered the fraud in the Minneapolis locations, the Safari Restaurant, and I think one other. The thing is, Stigma Free International has meal sites in Wilmer, Mankato, Waite Park, which is here, St. Cloud here, obviously, and St. Paul under Feeding Our Future's sponsorship. So are we really to believe that just these Minneapolis restaurants had an issue. And by the way, what do Wilmer, Mankato, Waite Park, and St. Cloud and St. Paul all have in common? Large Somali populations. I mean, this thing is a fucking no-brainer. This Bach is guilty as sin. I think this Minneapolis City Council guy should maybe start talking to some people too, because I think he might be in a lot of trouble. But, I mean, they've only investigated the Minneapolis restaurants. If they want to, why have we not looked into Wilmer, Mankato, Waite Park, St. Cloud, and St. Paul? I mean, if Feeding Our Future was doing it in one city, they were doing it in all of them. Why would you stop? Bach's organization acted as a sponsor for food distribution sites across the state and allegedly accepted kickbacks in exchange. So it wasn't enough that they were defrauding the federal government out of shitloads of money. They were taking kickbacks from the community too. By the way, this is the same political party that accuses CEOs of being greedy. The participants in the $250 million scheme are accused of asking for millions of dollars in reimbursements from the government for meals they never served, meals that were supposed to go to children during the pandemic. In Minnesota, the federal nutrition programs are administered by the Department of Education in the state of Minnesota. In court on Tuesday, Thompson walked the jury through meal count forms submitted by Stigma International's Wilmer site, which claimed to be feeding 3,000 lunches a day, every day, out of a small storefront with little variation. Here it is. Take a look. Stigma-free Wilmer, meal type, breakfast. Every day, this small little storefront was producing 3,000 meals. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Every day, 3,000 meals, full stop, no variation. I mean, not even like 3,008 one day, 2,975. Just, this is how easy it is, by the way. Like, this is kind of what we're finding out with DOGE, is that this wasn't hard to do. It's not hard to defraud the government because all they do is they have some asshole who makes money on your tax dollars, and he just stares at the piece of paper. They give it to him like this, and he goes, oh, 3,000. Well, that translates to this much money. Write him a check, and that's it. Number of firsts served to children. 2,995, 2,998, 2,996, 2,990. Why would you decide to start having variations there of like 10 people? Come on. They were lying about the food temperature. 141 degrees. Number of non-reimbursable, incomplete, or damaged meals, 2, 2, 1, 0, 0, 2, 1. Just making shit up. That reminds me of something we used to do in radio. Oh, my God. There's a guy named Donald's Mushroom Cock who's going fucking ape shit in our chat. Oh, my God. Anyway, 383 Novocaine says it gets deeper. Oh, shit. Well, let's check that out, too. So in radio, we used to do this thing where you had to take tower readings, and you'd call the tower, you'd write down the numbers that, you know, the tower was putting out there. I had to do this in Litchfield. I didn't have to do this in St. Cloud. But in Litchfield, I had to do this. And I would just take the thing that the other guy wrote down, and I would just make it vary a little bit. I just change it up. And that was something that was pretty commonplace in radio. You would just see what the last guy wrote down, and then you just go, 514 or whatever, if his last one was 510. You rarely ever actually took the reading. Let's go ahead. Let's go into that. We've got more news on the Feeding Our Future scandal. They found... Oh, when was this one reported? Okay, this is a while ago. Prosecutors in the Feeding Our Future meal fraud case found connections between fraudulent meal sites and autism centers. Oh, that's really shitty. So you just took advantage of autistic. What does that mean? The FBI raided 2 Minnesota autism centers. Oh, that's wonderful. one in Minneapolis and one in St. Cloud, as part of a federal investigation into medical fraud that has ties to the Feeding Our Future child meal fraud case. Wait a minute. So these assholes were also defrauding people of medical grant money too? Jesus Christ, when do you stop? Smart Therapy Center, LLC on Nicollet Avenue in Minneapolis' Stevens Square neighborhood and Star Autism Center in St. Cloud, both registered with the Minnesota Department of Human Services in the Early Intensive Development and Behavioral Intervention Healthcare Program, funded by taxpayers to offer medically necessary services to people under 21 with autism spectrum disorder. Federal investigators have found substantial evidence that many companies, including Smart Therapy Center and Star Autism Center, have been submitting fraudulent claims for services that were not provided or not covered by the program, according to the search warrant affidavit. Smart Therapy received $13.8 million in reimbursement from Medicaid through DHS between 2020 and 2024. And the FBI claims those are fraudulent. A former employee told investigators one owner is related. This is going to shock the shit out of you. The owner is related to Kamar Hassan, a defendant who has already pleaded guilty in the Feeding Our Future case. So, Minneapolis, St. Cloud, Target again, defrauding taxpayers, this time medical care, Somali hotbeds. Holy shit. By the way, Donald's mushroom cock, you're just spamming too much, buddy. I got to cut you loose. If you're spamming the chat that bad, Jesus Christ. We get it. Donald Trump's a lazy bastard. He's a piece of shit. Let's drag him out back and beat the shit out of him. So this is like, how wide does this go? I'm sorry, cover your ears if you're anti-racial profiling. Do we have to investigate like everything that any Somali group has got, like in St. Cloud, Minneapolis, has gotten federal funding for? Like, do we have to look into all of it? Because so far, everything we've looked into that they're a part of has turned up some kind of fraud. I mean, it's turned up in one way or another that they've been stealing from the government coffers. I mean, it might be something worth looking into. Oh, Jesus Christ. Here's another anti-Trump person just jumping in. E. Jean Carroll. Like, you can say it one time, and we'll get it. You don't have to write it 14 times. I mean, we'll understand Trump's a bad guy. You know, we'll hear you out. Wow. What's next? Because I feel like they've only scratched the surface. If every program, whether it's the Feeding Our Future, the daycare thing, and then also the autism Medicaid money, if everything you've looked into so far shows widespread fraud and that they're stealing money from taxpayers, then go to the next thing. And go to the next thing after that. What's another thing that gets federal dollars? You know, and again, it's very clear that all they do in these federal offices is just look at the paper and then pay based on the numbers. They don't look into it whatsoever. All right, MTG's loose hole. We've got it. Trump is a bad guy. I have a question. What makes you that way? I'm genuinely curious. Like that you send the same thing 7 times. Like, what mental illness? Like, I don't think that's someone that there's a lot of people that I've broken that are just obsessed with steel toe because I've seemingly harmed them in some way. That's not one of those people. That's just a crazy person who hates Trump and is going to sing it from the rooftops anywhere where there's over a couple hundred people. But what do you think? Let's play a fun game for the next 10 minutes. They're going to come back with another account. What's this one going to reference? So the first 2 referenced Trump. This last one referenced Marjorie Taylor Greene's hole. Eric eats Don Jr.'s ass. Okay, we didn't give us time to guess. Oh, this person writes, just blowing off some steam. Well, why don't you call into the show? Would you like to talk about Donald Trump? I've only got 15 minutes left. We're celebrating a perfect week that we got to very, very easily, by the way, without any struggle. Eric Eats Don Jr.'s ass says, working all morning, fun to kill a few minutes, blowing off steam. All right, hold on a second. Let me get all hooked up and connected here. Give me 1 second. There you go, buddy. The number is in the chat. I want you to call in, and we're going to let you talk about Donald Trump. But we're also broadcasting on YouTube, so don't get too, don't get too weird. Okay? Just try to keep it between the navigational beacons, between Kick and YouTube and Rumble and all that. You got over 600 people listening to you. So I want Eric Eats Don Jr.'s ass to call in, and I want to see, what he's got. Turd Burglar says, I can't wait to hear his voice. Chad Buzamuk says, I thought we were going an extra hour. They asked if we knocked it out, would I go to 11? I said, yeah, I'll go to 11. For goodness sake, let's eat some cake. I'm excited. I'm excited to see where the rest of this feeding our future daycare thing ends up going. And that maybe we get DOGE involved at some point with these programs. Because it's in the hundreds of millions of dollars in just one state. All right, guys, you ready? All right, here we go.
Press 1 to send a voicemail.
Oh, he hung up. What the fuck? Come on, Eric Eats Don Jr.'s ass. Oh. Eric Eats Don Jr.'s ass. Call back. I'm saving the last 10 minutes of this show just for you. He says, he didn't think you were serious. I'm fucking serious as a heart attack. You think I have any stories left after 5 hours on a Thursday? I honestly thought we were going to bang out today's goal by like 8 o'clock. I was totally coming into today's show cocky as fuck. And I really got humbled big time. Here we go.
Call from
Eric.
To accept.
Eric Eats Don Jr.'s ass. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm excellent. How are you?
Pretty good. You don't think Trump's a good president, do you?
Let me think about it for a sec.
All right.
No.
No, why not?
Dude, you don't want me going off for the next 3 months.
No. You and I we'll talk this out because I don't take a lot of this shit too seriously. So I'm just curious as to why you don't like him. Because a lot of people dislike him for different reasons.
Sure. If I just summarize it, it's because he has killed 3 things, and I don't know if we'll ever be able to resuscitate and bring him back to life.
Oh shit.
The least important of the 3 is decency. The next 2 are very important. One is institutions, and the other is honesty.
Honesty.
And
okay.
I'm not sure.
Let's go one by one here. So he killed decency. Now, I won't go back too far, but I know that there was a coup in 1963 where the CIA murdered a sitting president. I would say that kind of murdered decency. There was also Bill Clinton getting a little slop top in the Oval Office. That's not very decent. George W. Bush lied so we could bomb a country so his buddies could get no-bid oil contracts. And Barack Obama murdered American citizens without charge with a drone bombing overseas. I would say that while Donald Trump isn't the most decent guy in the world, I think decency was dead a long time ago before he got there.
I think there's isolated incidents, but this is on an hourly basis. I would also push back on you regarding JFK Jr.
No, JFK Senior, not Junior.
I'm sorry, I'm so used to saying RFK Jr. My apologies.
Sorry.
Pertaining to JFK, look, there's no substantial evidence, hard evidence the CIA was involved. But I'm sure.
Well,
Anna Luna
that's
will
kind of
figure it
the
all out.
point. That's kind of the point of being the CIA. They tend not to put that shit in writing. They've killed a lot of world leaders around the world, and they've never.
Well, don't worry, Anna Luna will figure it out when she's done interviewing the Warren Commission.
Anna Luna, is Anna Luna the hot one?
She's okay, but yeah.
Wait, hold on a
said
second. Is she a Republican?
Yeah.
So you can't admit that she's totally hot because she's a Republican.
No, that has nothing to do with it.
Because I think
AOC
AOC's really pretty. I like her. She's cute.
All right, I'm a Republican, by the way. I'm not a lefty.
Oh shit, you're a Republican? Oh, you know what? I can tell because you like honesty and decency. So that's like a Republican thing. That's not a Democrat thing.
See, this is one of the things that pisses me off about what's going on right now.
Me too.
If you're not a member of the cult, therefore you're a libtard. There's no in between. MAGA is so black and white thinking, they can't comprehend like any nuance or critical thinking. It's you're a member of the cult. If not, therefore libtard.
So like
who would have
been your guy in 2024 then? Like who was, if like you're a Republican but you don't like Trump, who would have been your guy?
The only
Rand Paul.
So Chris Christie.
Oh, come on, he's fat. We don't like fat people.
I know. Cue all the fat jokes. Christie, I would not have voted for because he had the smell of Trump on him
and diabetes.
But he did. You know, ironically, I live about 2 miles down the street from the guy, but that's not why I'm.
I hear when he walks around the house, when he sits around the house, he sits around the house. Am I right?
Let's say when he showed up on my son's Little League game with a huge sub in his hand, it was not surprising.
And was the whole sub gone by the end of the game?
End of the inning.
Attaboy, Chris. Attaboy. So, okay. I'm getting distracted here. I'm sorry. We're going to jump around a little bit. The honesty thing.
That's all right.
Like a lot of people in the chat were laughing when you said honesty because like they were like politics and honesty. Like I would argue that the reason Trump became president is because decency and honesty were already dead.
All right. So regarding honesty, I get it. I don't hold politicians in high regard. They're sleazy. They lie. They do what they have to do to get reelected. They're more focused on that than actually working on issues. I get it.
Slanderous.
But Trump is all of those things on steroids to the 1000th degree. Okay? There's your run-of-the-mill lying, and there's sociopathic habitual lying. They're very different.
You got to like, though, you're a Republican, so you like small government. You got to love this DOGE thing. I'm just hoping more shit burns through. I'll tell you where I'm at.
So
I'll tell you, hold on. I'll tell you where I'm at.
Wait. Can I address those?
Real quick, because I'm going to let you, but
can I address those
I just want to let you know where I'm coming from on this. Like, where I'm coming from on this is not like pro-Trump, anti-Trump. I just like that all this government stuff is being just ripped apart violently, and I really hope it keeps going. I'm just here for that show, but go ahead.
See, I disagree. Okay, so with DOGE, look, it's no secret that our federal government is bloated. It's no secret.
Like Chris Christie, am I right?
And, right. It's no secret that there's waste and fraud. I get it. I'm not naive and dumb. Okay? The way to tackle it is by sending some smart people in with scalpels to cut away the fat and do it in a smart, intelligent way. Not to send a ketamine addict followed by a bunch of 19-year-old computer hackers with blowtorches.
Sorry, Nick Ricada.
Blowing the crap out of everything. You see the difference?
I understand that, and that's where you and I are just different because I just love the idea of planting a shitload of dynamite in there and blowing the fucking thing up. I think
it's fun. It's fun to watch. But what do you tell the farmer in Iowa who has a contract with USAID?
I tell him to shut the fuck up and grow me some corn, you cunt. No, I'm just kidding.
So that farmer.
I hate
who most
farmers. I'll
likely
be
was a
honest
Trump
with you.
supporter-
I hate farmers. I really don't have time for them.
Well, in any case, what do you tell that guy who's a Trump supporter who signed a contract with the USAID that USAID is going to buy 10 metric tons of soybean every year or whatever it is? And that farmer went out and pumped money into his farm to make improvements so he could meet the contract.
I have a great response to this. You know what I tell that guy? I assume his name is Chuck.
You're shit out of luck?
I tell him his name is Chuck, and I say, sorry, Charlie. And I'll solve the whole thing.
Really? No, no offense, but that's kind of...
But haven't farmers been on
than
welfare
acceptable.
forever? Aren't they one of the biggest welfare cases they are? These fucking farmers taking all this federal money?
I'm just giving you one example. What do you tell... I like that moron Jesse Waters last night. I saw the clip this morning. He's upset because
do you think he's hot?
I don't know if I can say the F word. He's a friggin' moron.
Do you think he's sexy though? Like, do you find him attractive?
I don't bat that way.
Oh, okay. So you're homophobic.
Ironically, he lives about 3 or 4 miles from me. It's my fantasy to run into him at the dry cleaners or something.
I thought you said
him a new you know what.
Oh, you want to meet him in the dry cleaners and take him in the ass? I see.
No, I want to
rip him a you know what. As far as I know, rip a guy a you know what means to perforate their anus.
Yes, but I'm saying that proverbially, not literally.
So you don't want to sodomize Jesse Waters. We need to get that on the record.
Yes, thank you for
you do okay. So
that.
yes, you do want to sodomize Jesse Waters.
So, I do not.
You don't. Okay, you're throwing me mixed signals here, and I've been known to have a complicated relationship with the trans community.
I want to do so proverbially. Well, let's talk about the.
You want to sodomize him? Okay. You want to proverbially sodomize Jesse Waters?
Can we get back to the issues?
I'm confused.
We're all over the place. Do you want to talk more about DOGE and getting rid of
honestly
government?
Honestly, probably not.
Okay. What issue would you like to tackle? Trump? I'm game for anything.
I want to tackle the biggest issue there is right now. And there's really no issue bigger than that.
Drag queen show?
Have you ever attended a Diddy party with Jesse Waters?
No.
Would you?
No.
All right. So here's what I know about you, and I thank you very much for calling in. You're not a big Trump guy. Now, some of our audience does want to know one thing. They want to know, who do you think runs the banks in Hollywood?
Well, I am Jewish, so everyone knows the Jews do.
He tricked me. Sir, if you're still in the chat, I'm just fucking around. I did the hang up bit. He says, come on, man. I was fucking around. I was having fun. I think you should keep watching this show every day. And you can call in anytime. You can give me shit. It's fine. We are a fuck around show. I'm not trying to, do like a Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity. I'm fucking around. You saying you're Jewish and me hanging up, I thought was perfect timing. Perfect. So, look, there's a guy in our chat named Sam Show. You two should probably not talk to each other. That's all I'll say. And Eric eats Don Jr.'s ass. Could you also maybe talk to Vidam? There's a guy in our chat named Vidam. If you ever see him, could you let him know that, stay away from Sam's show? We're fighting for Vidam's soul. There's a lot of show lore that you have to catch up on. Eric, we should make that a segment. If you hate Steel Toe, if you're a detractor of the program, I want to invite you on the show. Oh, Eric Eats Don Jr.'s ass is the guy who's been emailing me. Oh, that's great. I'm glad we got you on the show. We'll have Jew Talk every day or every Thursday or something for Sam's show. Thank you guys very much for being with us. I'm glad you stuck around late. I hope you enjoyed it too. Thank you for helping us hit our goal for the entire week. We appreciate it, and we will talk to you again tomorrow morning for Rumble Friday. Become a YouTube member. We're going to throw some old radio stuff up there today.